You ever thought about boondocking out in the middle of nowhere? But you can't because you got to run that stupid generator and you got to clunk along a whole bunch of gas with you. And then you got to worry about if your air conditioner is going to conk out or if you're going to have enough power and all those problems. Well, this series is the answer. In this series, we will walk through all of the installation needs you have for a solar system that can meet all of your needs in a boondocking situation, in a van life situation, or in just a casual weekend away from the world and all of its fun. So hang in there. We're going to get started right away. If you run into a chapter that don't apply to you, that's okay. There's a chapter links down below. You can skip to the next one. We start now. Enjoy.
All right, quick overview of the system. Now, I've got a few things still in flux because I'm just finished installing a new DIY battery here. So, as you can see, I got a few things that still need to be wrapped up. But let me go over the from end to end what we have here. So it's a 6000 XP. It does connect to a 50 amp plug for shore power and a 50 amp or a 250 volt plug for the charge inverter. Charge inverter is down here, and I also have a plug for it to run off of a 20 amp or 15 amp 110 plug. So I can plug all that in and run that directly. That comes in through a relay switch here if I'm running it off of the charge inverter so that it runs at a reduced rate or off of 110 voltage. And that relay is connected to the 6000 XP, and it uses the dry contacts to flip it on and flip it off. And there is a relay in here that turns that power on coming in through the main charge inverter control. So you can just leave that on all the time, and it basically just kicks on whenever it gets the right voltage. As you can see, it just sits here and waits for the right time to kick on and kick off. I don't have the grid plugged in very often because I simply don't need it. Additionally, I have a couple of fans that blow across here when it starts to get warm in here. Keep in mind, I am in Florida, and so these fans are needed during the summer months mostly when it gets warm outside, and it cools the air across the front of the 6000, and then it evacuates it back into one of the bays over here. So 6000, the power cords come out, run up into the bus bars. The positive and negative bus bar. The positive bus bar runs across the fuse, and a littler bus bar here is split off to run over to two Orion TR4812s. I did not want to have a 12-volt system, so I used both of these to power all my 12-volt systems. And that way I don't have to have any 12-volt powering or charging or anything like that. From there, it runs into the main bus bar, which runs out to a couple of batteries there, and also down and around this battery here. Up here, I've got a pre-charge that can run. You basically just push this button, light comes on, when the light dims, and you can put the batteries on. I don't ever turn the system off, so it's very rare that I actually have need it, but it's there when I do need it. Electronics, there are quite a bit of different electronics around. This is the for the Victron systems. It plugs directly into the shunt. It also plugs into the Victron charger that's back there. As you can see, that runs from solar panels. This runs the solar panels off of the solar shed that you see videos on the channel about. And the 6000 XP runs the solar panels, 10 370 bifacial panels on top of the RV. On top of the RV, this runs the 10 250 old panels I bought and used runs from here on through this. This is the one I've been playing with the setup, trying to figure out what is the best thing. Also, I have a little router here which runs to the Starlink router network inside this thing. Inside there is also a solar assistant that is connected to the EG3 batteries. I have three EG3 100 amp batteries that these run to, and I have one 304 amp hour DIY battery that is here, as you can see, using a JK BMS. and charge it from there. Other than that, besides the solar panels on the roofs and the EG3 batteries on the back of this wall, this all sits in the front of my bay. Like I said, everything is kind of a mess right now because I've been rewiring it and looking to do all this DC wiring, redo all it. Now that I got all the Victrons in and everything's all completely working, and I no longer need 12-volt batteries, and I've been 100. All right, so in my fifth wheel of my solar system, and you saw my 6000 XP, so it has a 50 amp breaker, and this is actually full 2 poles, line 1, line 2, common, neutral connection here. So this WF 8930 or 8950 is a 50 amp breaker. It does come in a 30 amp or a 50 amp. Now the 30 amp is only a single pole, but this is a 110 light connections. This is a 220 with the split phase, so it does run both sides of the split phase. Now, what I want to do is take you around also and show you some of the air conditioners and stuff. So I will take you out there and show you those. All right, so first here is the inside unit in the main cabin of the fifth wheel. You can still see here I have a little bit of work to hide the wood up at the top where I mounted it, because I placed a nice piece of plywood behind it to mount it to. Just took off the cabinet drawers right in the middle and ran the line for the drainage. Had to be lower than the normal unit, and since it's stuck down below the edge of the cabinet here a little bit, I just ran it back behind the closet here and hid it, and then it goes out the wall over here on the side where no one can see it. And then the refrigerant lines of the unit just run right inside, go out, and I'll take you outside and show you. That has the electrical line comes through there and the refrigerant lines, and then of course it's sealed up over there on the edge. But I'll take you out and show you the outside unit also. But the inside unit here, as you can tell, it's running right now. It's pretty much silent. I think it runs at about 28, 29 decibels. Unless I turn the fan on super duper high and force it to be that way, it rarely can you hear it. It's completely different than the original roof unit. And as you can see here, I replaced the original, I took the original roof units out, and I put a piece of wood up here. There's bolts that go through, lag bolts that go through, 4 of them that go up into the top in the roof, and it's the same thing up there. And basically I just seal that all up and replace that. Then I use the breaker for this air conditioner to re-ran the wire over to the outside unit. So I'll show you the outside unit also. Here's the outside unit, and it basically just gets the electrical from over there, refrigerant lines. I left the refrigerant lines just curled up at the back. I probably could have trimmed them, but I wanted to make sure it had plenty of room for it to bounce and wiggle around when it runs down the road. And of course I just ran that up the side here, up all the way in the top where it meets the cabinet going out, and it's pretty easily one of the best things I did weld the bracket on here to make sure that this would not come loose. So you can see here that the bracket I did for this, see if I can get you a view of it here. So I welded 2 pieces of steel coming off of the bumper, and this rack supports 800 pounds, so it easily held an extra 50 pounds for this air conditioning heat pump unit. This unit's mounted inside the bay, and it's basically just sitting on and screwed into the floor here. The ducts are sealed with a little bit of a flume here to force the air out diagonally. The air conditioner, when it runs, I usually I can leave this propped open at night, but I did put some vents in that worked pretty well. You just close this, and you can actually run this with it completely closed up, running down the highway. Have absolutely no problems. I'll take you inside and show you this unit runs to the bedroom, And so I'll take you inside and show you the inside unit mounting also.
All right. Same as in here as in the other room. I did have originally it mounted in the roof, one of those window units that makes a ton of noise. Not only that, it consumed about 25 kilowatts of power a day just running to might be able to keep it cool. During the summer here in Florida, it usually couldn't keep up, but it was noisy and it was a power hog. These run, if you turn them on full blast, make it 70 degrees inside, and it's boiling outside, they run at about probably run about 5 or 6 kilowatts a day each, and so even the two of them together is half of what one was, which is 25% of power usage. Very, very rarely do you need that much to keep things cool. It can be 100 degrees outside, and these can easily keep up. I mounted this one by setting it on the actual shelf in the thing inside the closet, and I just took the door and took the mirror that my wife likes and attached that at the top over there so that she could have a place to use the mirror. But the door is just left permanently propped open. This just sits across the top. And nothing different over here. I took the top unit out. We sealed it off at the top and the bottom, and I use that extra space for solar panels, which I will show you that also.
All right, so this is the roof, and you can see the 370 bifacial panels, 370 watt bifacial panels, all 10 of them mounted up here. And there you go. There's the panels. Like and subscribe the video. We'll see you next time. All right, so I went back one more time and got you a little bit more footage of the whole system from a distance. Make sure you like and subscribe the videos. It really gets me to, encourages me to create more, and it helps the channel grow so that more people can share in this fun solar adventure that we're all having. Thanks a lot, and I appreciate you all. Have a great day, and we'll see you on the next video.
So you upgraded to the 48 or the 24 volt system, and now you're worried about your 12 volt devices not working anymore. Well, I'm here to tell you, you can keep all your 12 volt devices, and you can throw out your battery, and you can throw out your converter. There's a very easy solution to these, and I will walk you step by step through each of the devices, and at the end, I have 2 use case scenarios of how I implemented these, one in my fifth wheel and one in my food truck, and it'll show you how you can implement them and solve this problem and never buy another 12 volt battery again. So I've broken this down into 3 sections, and there's 3 possible solutions, and sometimes even a combination of those solutions that I feel is important. Those 3 categories are: keep a battery, use the existing converter, not to be confused with the inverter that you use on a solar system, the converter in your RV or trailer, and I'll tell you about a little bit more about that. And then a step-down device, which takes the 48 volt and brings it down to 12 volt. There's pitfalls to each one of them, and there's probably a solution in here for you. Let's talk about the battery first of all. So the battery comes with the biggest problem that you're going to run into is that you're going to still need to charge this battery. Now, if you have a 12 volt battery and a 48 volt solar system and 120 volt normal power, the last thing you want to do is to have to charge this solar and charge this battery and maintain a 120 volt. And this is the problem that we're all dealing with, because most RVs are built for 12 volt operation. Now, that said, that's what we're here to figure out a solution around and see if we can come up with a way to deal with this without it being too much of a hassle on our part. You could go with a 12-volt solar system, but then you run into the obvious problems that come with that of charge controllers being more expensive, cables being more expensive, everything being more difficult, being able to provide enough power, being able to run air conditioners on it. Anything with large quantities of voltage going through your 120 volt system becomes an issue, because then you have to have cables that are so big and so on and so forth. So maintaining is the part where you have to buy it. You have to deal with connecting it. You have to deal with making sure that it has a charger hooked up. You have to make sure that it has all of the if it's a lead acid, you have to make sure, if it's if it's lead acid, you have to put water in it. You have to do all of the stuff that's around this. If it's a lithium iron phosphate battery, then you have to deal with what are those systems that you currently have that have to be replaced. So you could upgrade to a LifePod battery, but then that creates new problems. Now, those new problems, in my mind, are better than leaving the old battery in its place, but they're not necessarily, do they eliminate all the other things? You still have to worry about charging it. You still have to worry about keeping it connected. You still have to worry about that. But if you're looking at a limited use case where you only have a few lights and stuff like that, there's probably a better option. If you're looking at, you need that surge, and we'll really get into surge when we get down to the step-down devices. If you really need that surge, then you're going to want to look at possibly doing this solution, because this allows that influx of large amount of power, but you don't need it constantly in order to run your system. In other words, if you have just a couple of lights in your RV, but you also have stabilizers, you'll need it when the stabilizers are running. They pull a lot of amperage, but then you won't need it to run the lights. So a battery in the middle solves that problem where it allows you to flex up when you need to. The LifePod 4 battery allows you to not have to worry about killing it and charging it and all of that stuff as much as you would a regular lead acid battery or some other type of battery. So it's just the maintenance on these is a lot easier and that kind of stuff. So that's one option. The next one is your charge verter. Now, most RVs in them that take step down from 120 AC power and brings it into 12 volt DC power. Now, the size of this step down is very dependent upon your RV. In my fifth wheel, it had a 55 amp, 12 volt, 55 amp in my RV. So that's rather large. A lot of the smaller ones only have a 20 amp or a 30 amp, and it just really depends. And the only way to really know is, in most cases, behind your panel in your RV, you will find a step-down device, and sometimes just a little pop-out piece, a step-down device. And on that converter, not step-down device, on that converter, you will notice that it has a rating here where it takes the 120 and that. Now let's talk about the pitfalls to this. The biggest pitfall is it requires 120 volts. That means you have to be plugged into shore power, or you have to have a solar system that's actively running in order to run this, in order to charge this, and then you have the inefficiencies of taking AC power, converting it to DC power, taking DC power and putting it into a battery, and then taking it back out of the battery and converting it back. So this has a lot of, it requires the 120 and it has a lot of inefficiencies with it, but it is a viable solution if you're not worried about having, if you have shore power all the time and you just have solar to allow you to run off grid sometimes, depending on how much you need this can be a viable option. One of the biggest problems here means that if you don't have 120 power, then you aren't charging over here and you aren't maintaining this 12 volt, and you don't have the 12 volt power available at all.
So this can be used to run everything or to charge the 12 volt. Now, it's a trickle charge, and so it's not going to be a fast charge. You're not going to be able to just hook it up and an hour later it be done. It's going to need to be plugged in a majority of the time. It'll take what it needs. It'll help assist the DC power on the 12 volt side over here so that it can handle the surges and stuff like that. So in some cases, in my case, I could remove the 12 volt battery as long as I had 120 power running. Now, with option 3, the step-down devices, there are a ton of different ones, and they all have ups and downsides. There are some cheap ones out on Amazon, and I'll include a little picture of one of them. But you got like a 10 amp one, a 20 amp one, and a 30 amp one that I've seen. And these all run somewhere between 15, probably 15, around 15 for that one, and around $28, $30 for this one. These step-down devices they're little square devices, have a couple of wires coming out here, a couple of wires going out there. Your 48 volt goes in one side and your 12 volt comes out the other. Very, very straightforward, very simple, small little metal things with basically look like giant heat sinks. If you have simple lights and nothing more, they're fantastic. If you have anything with a surge, if you have rollouts, if you have leveling system, if you have any computer equipment that runs on that, like my leveling system ran my leveling system runs on a computer, and it would start up with these and then die out. Now, that said, I installed 5 of these, giving me a total of 150 12 volt amps. And it was not enough to handle the surge. It could not surge up to 30, 35, 40 amps to get those rollouts running and still provide enough power to keep the computer on. It would the electricity, the power, the voltage would drop far enough where the computer would shut off. There are a variety of these. There is another section of these in the middle of the road, the mid-range. The mid-range ones of these run for anywhere from 20 to, I've seen them out there for as much as 150, maybe even a little bit more. There is a whole variety of these. I have not tried them. I am assuming that some of them will work just fine. Some of them will be able to handle the surge. Some of them won't. Then there is the third one, which is the one I went with because I trusted it, which was the Victron Orion. And it's basically 30 amps of 12 volt. I installed one of these at first, and it would start my slides. They were sluggish and all of that. Everything else was flawless. Lights, that computer wouldn't reboot. Everything else was good. After I installed 2 of these, that bring me to 60 amps. I don't even know that I originally had a 12 volt system. I basically have converted, got rid of the 12 volt battery. Everything from this side is completely gone, and I only use this side for 12 volt. It plugs directly into my 48 volt system, and it takes care of all of my 12 volt solutions. So this is from one extreme of using a battery, possibly having a charger or a separate solar panel to maintain this battery, because really in reality you don't need a whole lot here, to a converter taking care of it or running your system. And then the third extreme is going 100% with a Victron Orion 48, 30, 12. And depending upon your RV, I would say make sure that this matches this, because this is designed to make sure that your system has enough power to operate without relying on this battery. And if you can have enough amperage here within this Victron Orion, you should have enough amperage to run your entire 12 volt side of your system without problems. I'm pretty sure that these are sold in different types. They also make, in the converter category, they also make a Victron step-down device that is specifically designed for stepping down power and charging a battery, as opposed to just offering power to it. Please keep in mind that the Victron Orion is not the smart device. The smart device is not only made for stepping it down and giving you power. It's for stepping it down and charging. So if you go with the Victron Orion, I think it's Orion Smart, then not only can you provide the electricity, but you can also charge back to the battery and maintain it. I did not look at that case very much.
Glad you could make it to the bonus section where we have two excellent use cases. Both of these are real use cases from my real equipment that's installed, and how you can eliminate your 12 volt battery with either your 24 or your 48 volt solar system batteries. So let's move on and get going. On the next section, you basically have the first section here is the grid power comes in, and when the grid power is going to connect, and this is the existing setup in my fifth wheel, so I'm talking about how it's currently hooked up, and then I'll show you the next slide exactly how it's been changed. This grid connects to, when you plug in the grid, it connects to the converter. The converter, not to be confused with the inverter in a solar system, which takes the 12 volt battery or a 24 volt battery or 48 volt battery and converts it into AC power that you can use as an outlet. This one is exactly the opposite. The converter takes the power from an outlet and uses it to replace your 12 volt power, gives you electricity so that you can run the 12 volt systems. In addition to that, it also trickle charges your 12 volt battery so that if you've used it, then you can replace it, and you can replace that power and have it charged up. So moving on to the next section, this in turn obviously feeds into your battery, and then your devices are connected to this. And I have simplified these charts so that they make very easy, can demonstrate how these devices are hooked up. Please keep in mind that in real systems you would probably have items like bus bars and fuse boxes and circuit breakers and stuff, but the exact flow of the electricity is accurate here in this description. You just have to figure out what pieces are in between each one of these. All right, now let's take a look at how the fifth wheel use case changed the setup in it. So for the change, the idea here is to completely eliminate the 12 volt battery from the system and any components that relate to it. So what we basically did is we installed a 48 volt or 51.2 volt lithium iron phosphate solar system with a 6000 XP inverter. I had 3 of these batteries hooked up, and my thinking is there was no reason for me to maintain a 12 volt system when I had more battery power here than any amount of 12 volt batteries that I could put into that system would ever be able to maintain. So what I did is I took this 48 volt battery and ran it into the device called the Orion TR 48 12 volt 30 amps. So basically what this means is it inputs 48 volts, it outputs 12 volts, and it outputs 430 amps. Now in my real case, I needed 2 of these devices to allow me to control all the equipment in my RV without any problems. One of them ran everything worked, but there was some sluggishness when it came to leveling that I wasn't really particularly happy with, so I put a second one in. The idle consumption on these is about 2 to 4 watts. It's very low, so I just leave them on all the time and don't even bother shutting them off, and they both just run constantly. Theoretically, I only need one of these most of all the time, and then I only need the second one when I'm doing leveling or something of that nature, but I don't bother to mess with that. This obviously feeds out into the same location for running devices as the original system. I take these wires, run them straight to the bus bars, which powers the entire RV, goes to the breaker box where there's fuses and everything. It takes care of all of that stuff. So nothing has really changed here, with the exception of I did eliminate the converter, because there is no reason to have a converter here taking shore power, which would be generated from the 6000 XP, converting that to AC, that AC being the inverter converting it to 120, the 120 converting it back to 12 volt, and the 12 volt going back into the RV. So I basically eliminated all of that and used just this system, took both of these out, and I've had zero problems. It's been very, very well behaved ever since then. And after I installed the second unit here, I've seen absolutely no problems. Now, what I did do is if you pull out this converter, if you pull out the converter that's in your particular RV, you will notice that it'll tell you how many amps they are. Almost every RV will have one of these converters to allow you to plug into shore power and run everything. And then basically my suggestion is just get more power than that converter suggests that you need. And if you have surge items or high volume pull items like levelers, or even some of the slide outs will cause the trouble, also cause sluggishness or jerking and moving around that doesn't sound quite right. If you have that, then just overpower it a little bit, or you may have to switch to a higher quality device like I did here. Now, let's move on to the second use case, because in the second use case is probably where more of you are going to fit with the small RVs where you don't have a lot of slide outs, or you have none at all, or you're living in or you're having a van or living in a van, or you have in my case, a coffee trailer where I was attempting to run some 12 volt devices as opposed to running them directly off my solar system, because my solar system in there was a 24 volt system with two 12 volts running in parallel in series. So with those two 12 volts running in series, I ran them through the same step down device that we talked about earlier, except I ran them through a 24 DC volts down to 12 volts. Now I think technically the step down device is anywhere from 20 volts to 38, so I think it handles a 36 volt battery also, and it'll step it down to 12 volts DC. These work very, very well in this particular use case, but there is no slide outs. There was nothing more than this thermostat, and from this thermostat was basically a temperature controlled thermostat that allowed it to run an exhaust fan. Now, the idea behind the exhaust fan is that when we parked this trailer in a fairgrounds, and we may be at a fair for, let's say we're there for 7 days. If we're there for 7 days, the last thing I want to do is pack the trailer up every single day, seal everything up, drive it home, plug it in, let it charge the batteries, do whatever, run the refrigeration, keep everything cold, and then unconnected, drive it back to the fairgrounds, set back up, and turn everything back on after I got a generator. So what I basically did is I used this solar system to run all the refrigeration overnight, and this step down was used to run this fan, because the standard RV fans are 12 volts. This fan allows me to cool the trailer if by chance the fairs is not open by the time I get back the next day, so I can basically trust that this will trigger at 91 degrees. It will cool the inside of the trailer back down to 85 degrees and then shut back off, and that will cycle on and off. This ensures that the refrigeration that's within the unit isn't so hot that it can't keep everything cold, and it's not going to draw more power than is necessary to run it. So as you can see here, this is a very, very good use case for most people with very small RVs, with vans, with trailers, practically almost anything that doesn't have your high draw device. These $20, $25, $30 devices here work really, really well for it. My suggestion is that you try to use them on a common circuit, and if you need more than one, you can hook them in parallel. I did try on my RV hooking 5 of them in parallel with 150 amps to see if I could get over the surge. Even 5 of them could not handle the surge. So the surge capacity on these is terrible, but the ability to supply enough power to run loads like lights and stuff like that was just fantastic. They're cheap. They're very low maintenance. The power loss was very little. It didn't cause too much trouble at all, and they're easy to hook up and maintain. There's basically just a plus and a minus coming in from the high power side, and a plus or a minus coming off of the low power side, and that's it. That was basically the two use cases that allowed me to eliminate all 12-volt batteries from the systems that I have and only use the 24-volt battery that's here, or to use the 48-volt battery that's in the RV. I hope those use cases are helpful to you, and if you have questions, please feel free to post them down in the comments. I'll be glad to answer them and get you whatever answers I can. And that said, this basically was the two use cases that will help you eliminate your 12-volt battery from 24 and 48-volt solar systems. I use the Orion TR48 1230 amp. I use the regular step-down device here. Both of these are practical experiences. And if you're interested in more videos like this, there's one playing right up there. Click on it now before the timer runs out, and it should be very helpful for you in hooking up your solar system in your mobile or in your fixed location if you've got a solar shed or a home solar unit also. Thanks again, and to my subscribers, I sincerely thank you, and to my future subscribers, welcome. Hope to see you again on the next video.
I've got some good ones for you today. I've got the top 10, top 12, top something list. All of the items in here are very, very important for you to know if you're planning on converting your RV to solar. Please make sure you watch them all. They all have some connection to each other. So we'll see you at the end of the video, and thanks for watching. And to all my new subscribers, thank you very much. It has been enormous the last month, the growth that we've gone through, and I really do appreciate you. All right. So one item is and you have to give it some serious thought, is your air conditioning units. The air conditioning units on RVs are notoriously terrible at efficiency. And to give you an idea of how bad this is, when I did an energy audit on my RV when I very first got into this, and it was basically 40 to 50 kilowatts a day in energy to run the RV with the air conditioners connected. Once I switched to the mini splits, those dropped down to under 10 kilowatts a day. And I'm talking about, I don't use them lightly, I use them excessively. So I'll give you an example of what I mean by excessively. So at night when I sleep, my wife and I both like it very, very cold, and we will set the air conditioner all the way down. That means we set it to 61 degrees, and it runs at 61 all night. And most of the time when I get up in the morning, it's showing in the high 50s in that room. Now, this is Florida, so we're not talking about it runs at 60 degrees and it's beautiful 60 degrees outside. We're talking about it's 60 degrees and it's 80s and 90s during the day, and I run it like that all the time. In the living room, I work from my RV, so from there I constantly have the air conditioner at 70, 72 during the day. I usually run both that one and the bedroom one, just to keep the RV at a nice steady temperature, make sure that me and the dogs are comfortable. And I let the dogs out constantly all day and just leave the door open, let them run in and out when they want to. Now, the door's not open all the time, but it's open enough to where it does make a difference. And you'll know this, being in an RV, you leave the door open for just a minute, you can lose all of your air conditioning. So, but that's one of the items that you really should consider very closely, is what are you going to do with the air conditioning units? In my circumstances, what I did is I took the air conditioning units off of the roof, and I pulled the wires from the circuit breaker box, and I re-ran some wires under the RV into the new mini splits. One of them is in the front bay that goes into the bedroom, and I mounted the mini split in the closet, at the top of the closet. And the other one is in the living room at the back of the RV, and I welded on a metal platform off of the back that allows me to mount the unit outside the back wall. And then it allowed me to just run it straight up the side in the back wall, and it's mounted on that cabinet in the back. I took 2 cabinet doors off and just put a little wooden platform behind it, just bolted that to the thing. That way, if I ever decided to remove it, really didn't have a whole lot there to clean up. Same with the other one with the bay. I really won't end up with a whole lot there to clean up either, if I ever decide to give them up. Although now that they're installed, and a lot of people ask me, well, what kind of units did you install? Which ones do you prefer? To be honest with you, I bought the cheapest units I could find on Home Depot. I think they ended up being about $400 each. I think both of them together were $819 or something like that. And then I did buy an evac unit of my own. The rest of the tools I had. So I had to evacuate them and then release the Freon that was in the lines. So that worked out kind of well for me because now I have the evac unit, but it doesn't, you can get the pre-charged ones. The only problem with the pre-charged ones is they run $1,500 to $2,000 a piece. And it just wasn't worth it not to spend $100 on an evac unit. And also, considering it's an RV, it's very likely that at some point in the future, there's going to be some kind of leak. So far, I've had them installed for coming up on a year. They run constantly, and I have had no leaks. So that's, knock on wood, that's very, very good. But one of the primary concerns I would have by converting my RV to solar would be if I was to keep those air conditioners, I'm not sure there's enough power you can generate with your solar system on that roof. I have 3,700 watts, and it would be very difficult, even with the additional 2,000, 3,000 watts I get off the solar shed, to generate enough power with the air conditioner. So that is an item that you really need to take a very close look at. Let's talk a little bit about considerations for batteries. Now, there's a lot of discussion about 12 volt, 24 volt, 48 volt. All of that doesn't make much difference if you don't understand the other components, so you really need to take them all into consideration. But let's talk about size of batteries. That's what's more important here than the voltage at this point. So what I mean by that is if you're looking at a 5 kilowatt battery and your air conditioner runs on 5 kilowatts a day, then you're going to end up with some serious problems. And just to run the RV, even without air conditioning, to run everything, and I don't mean a stove because obviously the stove is gas, but just to run all your normal stuff, you're probably going to need 5 or 10 kilowatts a day. Now, I personally have installed 30 kilowatts. There was a huge difference between when I went from the 15 kilowatts that I originally started with, because originally I bought 3 EG4 batteries. I have no problem with them. They've performed fantastically. I mounted them in the bay, directly behind the front compartment where the inverter is, and just ran them through a piece of plywood that I used to cover the front bay. Connected them to a bus bar and then ran those to the inverter. They worked fantastically. They performed very, very well. I really, truly don't have any problem with them whatsoever. But what I found out is that I could go a couple of days and the clouds would go out, in the morning after a long evening, or the air conditioner running extra hot or whatnot. And my batteries would be down in the 20 and 30% range. And it just made me a little uncomfortable. And I thought to myself, I would found myself using, I don't know, 30, 40, 50, 100 kilowatts a month. You could do this with a backup solution, a generator or something like that. But for me, it was a game changer when I moved this to 30 kilowatts. I built a DIY battery at a fraction of the cost of the EG4 batteries also. So the EG4 batteries, they ended up costing about $1,300 a piece. There was some shipping, so you're looking at $39, $4,000, $4,500, somewhere in there for all of the batteries for the EG4 batteries. The DIY battery, before all of the tariffs and before anything happened, this was in 2024 October when I ordered them, I think. They got here in January, I think. But in January 2025, that is. And I built that battery for about $1,200, $1,300. Now, I say I built that battery. That battery
is 304 amp hours, being almost 16 kilowatts, or being just over 16 kilowatts, kilowatt hours. The EG4 batteries are 100 amp hours apiece. They're all 48 volts. The EG4 batteries are 100 amp hours apiece, and they, so 300 amp hours total. And so the DIY battery is 3 times the size, but yet cost me about the same. Now, I had to do it myself, but for me, that was most of the fun. I enjoy the DIY aspect of doing this. It's not all about the solution for me. It's about the process of getting to the solution and being able to look at it and say, hey, I did that. So for me, that was the case. It's not going to be the case for everyone. Now, if you're going with a 12-volt system as opposed to a 48-volt system, where you've only got 4 cells and you want a really nice big one, and you can buy, 4 battery cells and get yourself a very large 12-volt battery, very reasonably priced, that might be a really good solution, because the complexity is much smaller than at the 48-volt system. With a 48-volt system, you got 16 cells in that battery, and but all of that is a lot of the little details behind it. But battery consideration is huge here, because it allowed the difference in me being off grid now for months and having no fears. I mean, I think the closest thing I got to a fear of using power in the last 3 months has been that there was a storm coming, and the night before I had been doing everything I could to run the batteries down at night, using all the hot water. Now, keep in mind, I run the hot water heater. Everything I can put on electric, I run on electric. In the solar shed, I've got a wash machine and a dryer. I don't run the dryer because my inverter isn't big enough to support it, but I do run the wash machine. I run everything that I can run off of power, and I don't use gas unless I have to. The only thing I'm using for gas in my RV is my stove. Everything else is 100% electric, meaning I use the heat pumps for heat, I use the air conditioning for cooling, I use the electric for hot water. Do I have the gas feature? Is there a backup? Sure, there is a backup. I don't use them. At least I have not to this point. I did when I first started RVing, though. So battery power change between 15 kilowatts and 30 kilowatts in my situation, where I am using between 20 and 25 kilowatts a day, was a game changer. Now, keep in mind, I'm talking about I use 20 to 25 kilowatts a day, and the battery is 30, and it sounds like, oh, that's close. It's not as close as you would think it is. If I run the air conditioner and everything overnight, from the time the sun goes down to the next morning, I get up and the batteries are probably at about 70%. And then the sun starts to come up, and so there's this struggle between the two of a takeover of more power coming in than is coming out, and then the batteries recharge. And as of late, it being, let's see, April, coming up on May, it is very difficult for me to run the batteries down far enough where I don't have enough power to fully charge the batteries by 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Now, if I run them all the way down and I make a real attempt, and during the day I am completely wasteful and all of that, then it will struggle to get the batteries back up, and it'll take 2 or 3 days for an etching improvement of power. So the first day it'll get it to 60%, the next day it'll be 70%, the next day it'll be 80%, and then the next day it'll hit 90%, and I'll have a good Sunday and it'll go to 100%, and then every day it's back at 100%. So there is a little bit of that, but the difference between having the 15 kilowatts and the 30 kilowatts is huge. It really was a game changer for me, where I could just live and not worry about the batteries, not worry about how much power there was, and not really worry about what I was running. Run the hot water heater when I want. I leave it on 24/7 now. I don't even just turn it on when I need it. When it was 15 kilowatts, I really had to turn on the hot water heater when I needed it, use it when I could. If things were low, I would go and switch to gas-powered hot water heater, and that kind of stuff. So it really was a game changer. It allows you to smooth out those rough spots, those low days. If I get 3 or 4 days in a row where the sun isn't out and so on and so forth,
A lot of people say, well, what happens when you get 3 or 4 days of low sunlight? 99% of the time, low sunlight also implies that temperatures aren't as bad. You don't have that sun barreling down on you. You're not using as much air conditioner. You may even have a nice breeze. And as you can see, living, and this is why I live here in this area, is I love the ocean breeze. I love the water. I love this part of it. So for me, opening the doors for an hour or two at night for that. But other than that, I run the air conditioner all the time. I may go sit outside. That doesn't mean that I open up the house to it. So there is a huge difference between it, but that's a consideration you're going to have to do. If you're wanting to run just a couple of lights and a TV, you may get away with 5 kilowatts or 3 kilowatt battery. 100 amp hours here or there, and you probably would be fine. And you could even get away with a smaller, inverter and all that kind of stuff. So, but we can go into those items in a little bit later thing. But at this point, battery is really, really important. And I know I've spent a lot of extra time on it in this area, but it is probably the one of the most significant effects it will have on the ability for you to live off grid without fear of chasing battery usage every day. Let's talk a little bit about your inverters, because a lot of people ask me questions about inverters and what size is the right size inverter, which ones work best and which ones don't. And this is really a loaded question. In my case, I have an RV that plugs into a 50 amp service, and it is split phase 50 amp, meaning it's a 240 volts with two sides of this that are 110 each. And it does not take into account, or I shouldn't say that, it doesn't use the 240 volts, but it does use both sides of the voltage. And in a 240 split phase, you technically have two 50 amp lines coming in, and each one provides 50 amps, as opposed to some of the RVs have a 110 50 amp, and that means they only use one of those lines. So that's half of the power of a 220 50 amp or a split phase 50 amp. So that's a lot of technical jargon for a lot of this is going to depend on what a lot of this is going to depend on what RV you have and how much power you've got. Some of the basic ones are the big ones like mine, fifth wheel, 50 amp plug, and I use a 6000 XP. It is a split phase inverter, an all-in-one that connects to 48 volt batteries and runs directly to my fuse box. And I basically take the incoming line from the 50 amp, run that into the inverter, and then take the inverter line and run that to the fuse box. And I'm just inserted in the middle of that line that was running straight to the fuse box before. This allows me to have grid power when I want it, if I need it, for backup or whatever case would be. Now, there are 30 amp ones, and the 30 amp ones are 110 volt 30 amps. So there's only one side of that. The whole breaker runs off of one line. The inverters for that depends on the usage within there, but a good one for that is the, I think they call it the EG4 3000, and it basically generates 3000 watts of power for your input. Now, it is very close to 30 amps, but it's not a full 30 amps. So if you're looking for a full 30 amps, you may have to go to something a little bit bigger and provide that. I'll put some stats on the screen here of how many amps it actually is. But a lot of this is going to depend on what you're doing. Now, there are other inverters that you can use that use different battery sizes. Please don't be locked into the 48 volt. There's a lot of you that want to use 12 volt batteries, and you can reliably run up to about 2000 watts off of a 12 volt battery. It starts to get a little bit more difficult after that, and also a little bit more dangerous, but you can do it. And then you have the smaller units that only use, let's say, the 20 amp a regular wall outlet or a 15 amp regular wall outlet. And those you can certainly run with a regular inverter for 12 volt or 24 volt. And you can safely go to a 30 amp, full 30 amps on a 24 volt system also with the right inverter. So there are a lot of choices here, But the thing to understand is really what is the power usage? Where are the spikes? What do you have kicking on and kicking off? And also keep in mind that just because you add up all the devices and it says, you know, you need 1200 watts, that does not mean you can get a 1200 watt inverter and solve the problem. One of the things you need to understand is you need to understand the surge of items, the, the using of multiple items at the same time. For example, in my RV, I've got two 50 amp split phase, and that on the 3000, on the 6000 XP, that means I got 3000 watts, which isn't technically 50 amps. It's about, you know, 24, 25, 26, somewhere in that range. But if I have my espresso machine on and the hot water heater is on and it's early in the morning and I either have turned on the heat or it's late in the afternoon and I have the air conditioner running at full speed, it will trip that line and cause the inverter to shut down. Now, if I'm hooked up to grid power, no big deal, it falls back to grid, and then when the power back drops back, it goes back. But the inverter is really a part that you really need to spend some time, investigate what you're going to get, and find out what those surges are and understand what they are. There's a lot of good work pre-done for you on this one, on devices and how those devices are. There's also a lot of tools out there for, I'll link to some videos for measuring power measurements and some tools you can do, like a kilowatt or I've got a 220 measuring tool. You can also build one of those for a metering device. I've also got one of those. You can build one of those for the 30 amp plug also. And so those are really, really helpful in understanding your power usage. But that's really what you need to understand is what are those spikes and how much are you willing, if you're willing to give up anything to make it work full time, all the time, every day without fear of it working. If you're willing to give up some of those, in other words, if you're willing to say, look, I'm not going to run the hot water heater and run the microwave at the same time, then you can get rid of some of that and not have near the impact on the inverter or the cost that goes with it. Anyway, look at your inverter very, very close. Make sure you do your homework. It is probably, of all the devices that you're going to purchase, it is probably going to be the most important device because it does supply all the power to everything in your RV. And if it doesn't work, all the other components don't make any difference. They're not going to all function correctly. If you've got a weak battery and your battery doesn't last as long as you want, but everything functions correctly, you can deal with that. But if every time you turn a light on, or every time you hit the button on the microwave, or every time you turn on the air conditioner, the rest of the RV has to be off, that is a real problem. So please take very good consideration of your inverter and do your homework. All right, next subject we need to talk about is roof space. Roof space is crucial because this is where you're going to place your panels. And you're going to need to find a way to get as much roof space as possible. Now, in my case, it was a fifth wheel, and the roof was huge because it was 42 feet long in the first place. But the problem with some of the smaller ones is you're not going to have as much room as I had. And then you're going to want to have to consider what you want to do with the items that you don't have any need for. That was the big one for me. I looked at taking as much of it off as I could or building the mounts up a little bit where I could go over top of things. So for example, you want to make sure that, like in my case, I took the air conditioners off. And because I was able to take the air conditioners off, I was able to put a blank spot over top of where the air conditioner holes were, seal them in with lap seal so that they were just open spaces where I could then put a panel where those air conditioners have been. That allowed me to fit 10 house-sized panels on my RV. Now, 10 370 panels is 3,700 watts or 3.7 kilowatts. It is a pretty large amount of solar power for an RV in the first place. Not to mention I had the solar shed, which provides when I'm parked here, then I have the ability to have another 3,000 watts of power there. It's unlikely that I'll get 3,000 watts out of it, but that's neither here nor there. But the important thing to remember and to consider here is when you're looking at the RV, and you need to look at it from a perspective of what are you going to do to put as much solar up there as possible. And I can honestly say you're not going to have too much. There is no such thing as too much. If you end up with more than you're using right now, what will happen is you'll learn to use more, and you'll have just a little bit better life because of it, or it'll increase the ability for you to run TV for an extra couple hours, run a microwave, or some other type of device. So don't worry about having too much. The problem you're going to run into is having too little, or not having enough battery space, as we talked about before, to store enough power to make it through the hard times. So I would seriously look at every item that you have up on your roof. And that means if there is something that you can go over, think about going over it. If there's a vent, like I have a vent in my bathroom that I don't use because I'm air conditioned and I'm in Florida. It is very, very rare that I use the vent. I did use it occasionally when you would finish with a shower, and once you finish with a shower, you wanted to evacuate some of the heat. So I would do that. But to be honest with you, I don't even worry about that anymore. That humidity just gets soaked up by the air conditioner and thrown out anyway, that it's really not that big of a deal. So you can consider every little speck of space that you have. And I'm hoping that I can put a couple of shots here of my RV and show you the panels and how they run. And look at different layouts too. This was really important for me. I originally thought I was going to take some rails and run them down the center, run a pair of them down the center and put the panels, sideways, front to back, the top on the left and the bottom on the right, lengthwise that way. And then when I started looking into it, it made more sense for me to mount them going from front to back of the RV because I could fit more of them. Now, also keep in mind that I have a real fear for heights. Some days I can climb up on the RV and I can install the panels, and I picked them up and set them up there and did all the installation myself. Other days I got 4 steps up the ladder and I start shaking and I had to come down. So it just depends on what day it was for me. But the layout is super important, and you're not going to have too many panels. So you need to look at that roof very, very strategically and see how you can arrange them. Also consider watching the video here on series and parallel. The series and parallel is really important in that at first I put all 10 panels in one big long series because the 6000 XP could handle them, and the losses would be really low and the power output was right at its optimal power. And what I found is that almost every single time when I'm traveling, not when I'm parked like I am here, but when I'm traveling, you can't control the trees, and you get a shade tree that hits one panel in the morning and knocks out your whole power system, and it just throws off your usage for the day. So I did end up splitting it into two separate series. I could have paralleled the 2 series and ran them in together, but take a look very seriously at your roof. Look very seriously at all the space. Get rid of anything that you don't need. Make sure that you've got it all sealed up very well. Make sure that you still have some level of access. Look at mounting brackets and things of that. I ended up taking the L brackets that mount to the bottom of the solar panels and bolting them straight to the roof. It was the most ideal solution for me, knowing that it was an older RV. I'd bought a used RV, saved a ton of money on it, and I had no intentions of ever removing them or taking them off. They're brand new panels. They had long-term warranty, so I was more interested in making sure that they're down, they're good, and I could easily inspect them. The rows that I built for them, which I can definitely show you a picture of that, allows me to walk down the middle, or crawl down the middle as it is most of the time, and do a real close inspection. And then from the sides I can see where the bolts are there, so I can do an inspection. Also make sure that you're checking things out and not just assuming that they stay in perfect shape forever. So that is really a big majority of what I have about panels and roof space. Make sure that you really take it seriously and take advantage of every space you've got and put as many as you can. And also make sure you go with the bigger, the better on the panels. You don't want to have 20 panels bolted down and have 20 chances of them flying off. you're much better off with 5 big panels and only having 5 chances of them coming loose. That gives you a better opportunity to tie them down really good, bolt them down, ensure that they're not moving and coming off. And that's all I have for the roof space. So enjoy. We'll see you on the next chapter. All right, so let's do a little bit of talk about wiring cost. Wiring cost is really important here because in my case, I had a 6-gauge wire, 6-AUG that runs from the original 50 amp plug-in to the breaker box. The problem is that was in the back driver's side corner of the RV, and it ran down into the undercarriage of the RV and all the way across to about 2/3 up the RV on the passenger side and connect it to the breaker box. Now, that allowed the power to run the RV. But what I had to do is I had to intervene and disconnect that wire, connect it to the inverter, and then take the inverter and connect it to the breaker box so that the power, so that it could either bypass through the inverter and goes directly into the box, or the inverter could provide the power itself. So what I ended up doing was putting the inverter in the very front of the RV, of course, in the fifth wheel, and that compartment up front. And when I did that, it created me a huge problem. I had to consider what was going to take to get the electrical wire. I did not want to downsize to 8 gauge. A lot of people do that for 50 amps. I'm not a fan of that. I wanted to stick with the 6 gauge, and I wanted to stick with something that was fairly marine grade because I am in an RV, and as you can see, I spend a lot of time near water, and so I wanted to go with some decent wire, which is not cheap. And wire is one of those things that you really have to take into consideration your cost when you're doing a system like this. It can get very expensive very fast for some of these things. So I had to have about 60 feet of 6 gauge marine grade wire. And what I ended up doing to trim some of that down, instead of rerouting all of the wire from the back to all the way from the back all the way to the front, and from the front back to I put in 2 additional plugs on the front of the RV. The first one was just a connector, goes from the front of the bay just down and straight into the inverter for the grid power. It is right up at the front, so I didn't have to worry about rerouting that wire all the way from the back of the RV. It seemed like it might have been a problem at first for some people, but to be honest with you, because the water connections and stuff was way up there already, was it right there in that bay, it really didn't make any difference to me. So I did that. The second one I did is I put a second plug there for generator. Now, generator does have to be, in the case of a 6000 XP, clean energy to go through the inverter. Some inverters require it, some don't. This is something you really need to think about, and we'll talk about generators at another time. But I did go ahead and put a second plug there that ran straight to the generator port so that I could get the power from there. So I have 2 of those ports up front. Now, what I ended up doing was rerouting the second generator port in through my chargeverter so that even my dirty electricity could be routed up into the inverter. But then I took the wire and ran the 6 gauge from the inverter to back about a third or half of the way back into the RV, and just ran a separate wire and left the original wire in place. That way I didn't have to gut all that. I didn't have to fix all the outside dressings around where those plugs were or any of that stuff. But the wire itself was extremely expensive, and we're talking hundreds and hundreds of dollars here. And had I done it the other way, where I rerouted that original plug to the back, it probably would have been in the essence of $700 or $800. So this is something that really was a surprise to me, and you need to make sure that you're thinking about this when you do it, that you want to make sure that you're considering the cost of the wire and that you don't skimp on it. This is the most likely place for you to have a problem electrically, is wire being undersized. You stress it too much, things get hot and cause you problems. So please don't take any shortcuts here. make sure you get the right wire, and make sure you take into account the price of that wire, because it is going to be very expensive depending upon what size wire you're using. If you're working off of a 30 amp 110, then you can get away with an 8 gauge wire, and that 8 gauge wire will allow you to easily accommodate that, and that is a whole lot cheaper than the 240 that has 4 strands in it as opposed to the 3-strand 30 gauge. So make sure you understand this aspect. It's something you really need to pay attention to. Now, one of the things I've touched on a few times in previous chapters, but I need to go into it very specifically here, is the different types of breaker boxes, the different types of amperage of coming in, and the different types of things there. This is essential that you understand what power you are needing and what power your RV is expecting in order to get the right inverter, in order to understand the right wiring, in order to understand the right battery banks that you need. All of this all depends on what type of breaker box you have. Now, I can show you a picture of mine. It was a 50 amp split phase 240 to 110 breaker box. It allows 2 110 lines to come into my system, and with that I can have basically 100 amps of power split between the 2 110 lines. But not all 50 amps are like that. I hear that there's a lot of RVs out there that have 50 amp single pole connections. I know there are 50 amp 110 connections or 120 connections, and there are also 30 amp, 20 amp, 15 amp, a 15 amp being a standard wall plug from a house. All of these, you're going to need to understand which one specifically is part of your RV, because it's going to determine all of the other components. One way to do this is to open up your breaker box and take a look at, does it have, like in my case, it has a big 50 amp pole main circuit switch right in the middle. If it's a single pole switch, then that means it's only one side of that 50 amp. If it's double, like in my case, it splits off and goes left and right. The left side is the one phase, and the right side is the other phase. So I can also helps me balance where this power is going. So you're going to need to really look at your breaker box and your understand exactly what you do have, so that you can understand exactly the necessity for an inverter, the necessity for understanding what kind of power is coming in. And most of this can be determined from the outlet that you're plugging it into, or the breaker box, taking a look at the breaker box itself. Now keep in mind, sometimes the breaker box itself can be a little bit deceiving, whereas that you have a 50 amp coming in, but it only uses half of it. So you really need to understand what that breaker box is. You probably can look on the specs of your RV and get a good idea of what this is, but you need to validate this. And the best way to do this is probably some kind of energy review. Understand the consumption that you have, understand what you're doing, or call someone that does understand electricity enough to understand what that breaker box is doing in there. A lot of the breaker boxes also handle your 12-volt output. So for example, in mine, it comes in with a 50 amp. It splits from L1 phase and L2 phase, which is leg 1, leg 2. And then it also has a split off that goes to the converter. The converter takes the 110 voltage and downsteps it to the 12-volt side of my RV. And then that runs into that breaker box and provides all the power for the lights, and all the 12-volt devices that you have in your RV. Usually your USB ports and plugs and things like that. So this is something that you're going to want to look at and truly understand before you move forward with it. Which ones do you have? And if you've got questions or you've got pictures of them, feel free to let me know, and I'll be glad to see if I can help you identify what they are. Now, one of the most common questions I get is about weight, and this one is super important. You need to understand the weight distribution of your RV. You need to understand how much your equipment really truly weighs and how much cargo you're going to have to eliminate to make that work. Because if you don't, what will end up happening is you'll snap your RV in half and you won't be able to get warranty because there was just too much weight in it. So my best suggestion on this is start off with the sticker on your RV, find out what kind of weight you have, understand how much room you have and what your cargo is. You can take your RV to a pilot or one of those truck stop places and go to the scale and weigh what your RV is when it's fully loaded and know how much space you have or how much you're going to have to give up to make all the weight of the items that you have fit in. Now, it is very possible that you're going to have to make some accommodations for the weight of these items because some of these batteries can be very, very heavy. For example, I was telling you earlier that I had 30 kilowatts of power, and the EG4 batteries are 100 pounds a piece. That's 300 pounds. And then you have to think about the fact that the DIY battery is another 304 amps, and that one weighs probably close to 200, 215 pounds. So just between those two batteries, I have got 500 pounds of additional weight of cargo that I can't have in that RV. So I have to make sure I understand that. Now, some of the things you can compensate with. For example, on the roof, when I took those air conditioners off, those big, heavy, giant air conditioners, I replaced them with mini splits. Now those air conditioners weighed about 112 pounds a piece when I weighed them, and the mini splits that I put on weighed about 34. Therefore, I had a net gain between the two air conditioners that I replaced of 150 pounds. That's very significant because that can cover the weight of an entire 1.5 batteries, or that can cover the weight of all the other equipment put together, really. So these are the type of things when it comes to weight, you need to really consider very closely, what are you looking at accomplishing? How many batteries do you have? And how can you take into account what those things are that are going to cause you to give up in order to make it work? Because it's not going to, the RV is not going to be really forgiving if you go over that weight. There are some leeway, I'm sure, with that, but I would not suggest that you do this. Make sure you use the scale to weigh things. Make sure you understand what a standard weight is on your part. Make sure you understand what all the batteries and stuff weigh. When I was done with mine, I was able to go back to the scale, get me a new starting weight and a new calculated weight of what I could fit in the RV and get to use. And that allowed me to adjust down or up what I had. Now, in my case, we had just moved into the RV, had not been there very long, and it didn't really affect what I had. It only affected what I wasn't allowed to bring in addition to what I already had. So that worked out well for me. But this is something that affects a lot of RVers very dramatically. They pack up and they think they can just throw everything under the sun in that RV, and if it fits, they're okay. It is not okay. Please make sure that you're considering how much everything that you've added weighs versus how much you already have in. Let's go in a little bit about the idea of where in your RV this can go. Space is of a premium in an RV, and when you're adding a solar system, it becomes even more of a premium because it's not something that you can just stick anywhere. So you're going to need to consider the possibility of where this is going to go. I've seen some people put their lithium batteries under their bed. I've seen them, like I put them in the front bay. I've seen them in compartments underneath in the fifth wheel in the underpasses. And I've seen them in closets, different storage bins within the RV. So hopefully you can find a good place for yours. But you need to make sure you consider all of the space because a lot of these devices require that you have a certain amount of clearance on different sides and things like that. So that's something that you're going to want to think about when you're doing this is, do you have enough clearance for the inverter to dissipate the heat properly? Do you have enough ventilation for that heat dissipation to occur? In my case, I took on the heat dissipation by adding some fans that blew across the front of the inverter and then out the back of the compartment. And I left some of the vent holes from the original 12-volt battery system so that I could pull air in one side of that bay
and then eject it out the other side of that bay. And it works really well. It even in the heat of the summer, it is able to dissipate the heat down to a safe level and prevent my system from getting too hot, even when I keep that bay closed. So that is really important that you make sure you're accounting for the space on the side of each of the units, the space underneath, over. A lot of the units have space underneath required for cables to come down, and some of them, some of the installations out there are just fantastic where they go into cable trays and they're quite beautiful. My cabling isn't quite as beautiful as some of the others, but the spacing still is a necessity. So you'll need to really take into account what space you're going to need for your batteries and the battery compartment and how you're going to store those, for the inverter and how it's going to get vented and the heat is going to dissipate, to the charge controller if it's separate and it's not an all-in-one like the all-in-one unit that I have. So there's going to be a few things like that that you're going to want to take into account to make sure that you understand just how much space before you buy some unit that you don't have enough room for, or that consumes all the space where you were going to store something else, and you end up having to run a 20-foot or 50-foot 4-aught cable because you got a 12-volt system and the only place that the battery can go is 40 feet away. So be very, very cautious about space and how things are going to fit, and make sure when you're reading the specs on these items that you're paying attention to gapping, spacing, and keep in mind that you need to make sure you have enough room for those large cables. Take wider turns, and they're not as easy as running just the little speaker wire or something like that where you can just turn any old corner and strap it down. You're going to have to leave real room for those to accommodate real corners and to be able to really be able to have some reserved space on there for them. So on to the next. All right, let's talk about consumption uses. And this was something that a lot of people get caught off guard with, and they don't understand the difference. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples, or at least one good example. And what I'm talking about here is there's a big difference between casual use, where you go out on the weekend and you use the RV because you're out, and let's say you're going camping for a 3-day weekend and you're in a state park and you spend your days out hiking and taking your dog for walks and that kind of stuff. That is going to be a completely different use case scenario from those times where if you're working in your RV and you need to have the air conditioner on all day in order to make sure that you can, keep yourself cool and properly work and all that. So these are the type of things that you really need to consider when you're doing your review of that. Is your use cases need to be accurate for the scenarios that you're doing, because these minor changes can be the difference in your air conditioner using 2 kilowatts of power and it using 12 kilowatts of power. So this is something that you really need to understand. And what I mean by 2 kilowatts, 2 kilowatt hours and 12 kilowatt hours. I apologize for the misspeak on the terminology there. So you just need to make sure that those use case scenarios can change your consumption considerably, and you're going to want to make sure that if you're testing or doing any type of audit for your power consumption, that you really understand that what you're auditing is legitimate, and that you're not just basically coming up with some random numbers because you really wanted to be able to get numbers to feed into the engine. You need to make sure that those numbers are real and that you understand that. And there isn't really a whole lot more for me to say about this subject, except understand that real life and vacation life are two different things. If you're building a vacation RV and you want solar for a vacation RV, that's great. Then you can build a solar system for a vacation. But if you're going on vacation and measuring, and you're trying to build one that you can live in, you need to make sure that the scenarios that you use are real, because the power usage can be dramatically different in one scenario from the other scenario. And another good example of this is if in real life you sit at home and you watch TV all night, and you're using your TV and your microwave to cook dinner, and your stove is pumping lots of heat in, and your air conditioner is running in order to pump all that heat out. And then when you're at a campsite, you're sitting outside and you're cooking on a fire, your air conditioner is running minimum, you don't have any fuel or anything running, your TV is off, your power units are off, and all of that. That's a huge difference between the two uses. So I'm just saying, make sure that you understand what those uses are and that you take them into account accurately so that you end up with real figures and they don't surprise you. You're going to hear this one all over the place, but I want to make sure I say it just so that you make sure that you are aware of it. A lot of people think that they can just come in and design a very simple solar system and throw it together and everything's going to be okay. Solar systems can be very dangerous. These batteries can just basically catch a lot of things on fire. And I don't mean the batteries themselves aren't particularly dangerous, but the electricity that they can generate when they're not hooked up correctly or when the system isn't connected correctly. No matter what you do, that amount of power is real, and that can be very dangerous. Make sure that whatever you're designing, and that you're either comfortable with that design and that you feel reasonably sure that you're not going to have any real problems with it. This is one of the big concerns that a lot of individuals have, and you have to get some expert advice if you need to pay an electrician or to pay somebody that understands the solar systems, how much of what you have is legitimate and how much of it isn't safe. Validate your fuses, your breakers, and all of that stuff. All right, let's talk about fuses, breakers, switches, and that kind of stuff. These are very, very significant part of your system in order to keep you safe. And the one thing you don't want to do is you don't want to build a system and have none of these safety features. There's a reason these breakers are in your house. There's a reason these breakers are in your RV. It doesn't matter if it's 12 volts, 24 volts, 48 volts, 120 volts, 240 volts, or 480 volts. The breakers and the fuses, you need to really truly understand what they are and why you're using each one the way they need to be used. For example, it is very simple to have a breaker box in an electrical system at home, but when you go into an RV and you're dealing with DC power, the same type of breakers won't work. They won't work reliably, they won't shut off at the right point, and a lot of them won't simply be able to extinguish the circuit of that type of high voltage or that kind of high amperage in the voltage that you're working with. So please make sure that you understand that you have the right breakers going to your batteries, the right breakers going to your electrical systems, the right breakers going to your RV systems, and everything to keep the system safe. This piece, I don't have a lot to say on it, but I can tell you that a little bit of homework here can truly save your life. And under the safety category of this, I would really truly be missing out on an opportunity to help you and to save you some time and effort and maybe your lives if I didn't point out that it is extremely important that you understand the types of breakers. There are a dozen different types of breakers, and each one of those breakers is either rated for AC, for DC, for voltage. There's off-on switches. Off-on switches are not necessarily breakers. They're there to turn things off so you can maintain them and work on them. And then you have fast-burning fuse breakers, slow-burning fuse breakers. In other words, you flip on a light and it takes a little, you flip on a fan and it takes a little bit of juice to power the fan up. You don't want the breaker popping. At the same time, if the fan's got a short in it, you want to make sure it pops fast enough that it doesn't burn everything. So when you're talking about breakers, one of the very key things in fuses and breakers, one of the very key things that you need to remember is you're trying to protect the wiring that connects it all together. The device is secondary to the wiring. The last thing you want is a 20-foot wire that runs from your inverter to some electrical device, and you've powered this to run that air conditioning unit, but the electrical wire can't run that amount of power. And therefore the air conditioner runs just fine, but it pulls so much power that the wiring melts and all of the insulation falls off, and then you have a real short in your hands. So please, little things like this make a lot of difference. You want to make sure that your fuses and your circuit breakers are rated to protect the electrical and wiring system, and in my case, what I always do is I try to pick the weakest link in the thing. So if I have a device that can only support 10 amps and I have wire that can support 15 amps, then I'll put in a 10 amp fuse. The 10 amp fuse is small enough that it would protect both the wire and the device. This is particularly done when I installed my my mini splits. On my mini splits, they are both 15 amp mini splits. Now, the wire I used was some marine grade wire that could support up to 35 amps. Now, technically, I could have put a 20 amp or a 30 amp fuse in there because the wire can support it. But what I did is I put in a 15 amp anyway, because if the air conditioner is running over 15 amps, then it's having problems. Now both the device and the electrical is safe. So please, don't only take my advice on this. Make sure if you're not comfortable with it that you get an expert opinion and that you get some expert to review your choices so that everything remains safe. All right, last but not least for sure is some people question this one. For me, I do it even though sometimes I don't always follow it. And this is have a backup plan. And what I mean by that is just because your solar system can support you 24/7, when you're out in the middle of nowhere, a little generator can save your butt. Have some way to save yourself from what will never happen. As it says, as they say, somebody that is well prepared is a whole lot better off than somebody who's not. And this is the case of really you need to be well prepared. My suggestion is that you find out, so for example, in my case, I can bring a 9500 generator, 9500 watt generator with me. I can plug it directly into the charge inverter that's in my system and charge my system with 5,000, 5,100, 5,200 watts or so, which is more than is necessary to do it. The 9500 can also go straight into the grid side of my inverter because it is clean energy, so it would work there also. But there's a lot of times when I don't want to bring the big generator with me. If I'm going out for 2 weeks in a desert or something, then yeah, I'll probably take the generator with me because I can just stick it underneath the RV and just let it sit there and do nothing hopefully the whole time. But if I'm going up to a convention somewhere or a fair somewhere where I'm supposed to have power, and I may or I may not have power all the time, the batteries obviously should carry me through most of anything that I need. But there are also going to be those times when that doesn't work out the way you think it should work. So I'll bring me a small 2,000 watt generator that I can also use to help me charge the batteries when things get really bad, or if they get really bad. And hopefully that would never happen, but occasionally it does. And so the moral of the story here is just be prepared, have a backup plan in case all goes wrong, have a way to connect your system and to make sure that you can get out of any real problems. The last thing you want is a giant T-fuse on one of your batteries to go out, knock your entire system out, and then you don't have a backup one. Or you think, hey, I've got to back up one of those T-fuses. It was a fluke, and you put the backup one in, and boop, that one pops also. Now you have no fuse. You're halfway out in the middle of Timbuktu, and you have no way to fix the problem. So give yourself a little bit of credit. Give yourself a little bit of leeway. Have a backup plan for when it all goes wrong, and you'll stay safe and healthy longer, and you'll be able to go without using the grid, hopefully forever.
This is the T-class fuse, and we're going to discuss the two most important elements of a T-class fuse and why you shouldn't build a system without one. All right, let's talk about some of the very specific items that a T-class fuse is useful for. There are two items in a category that I see that a T-class fuse is very special. When I got into looking at building my DIY battery for my RV, I was very interested in finding ways to protect all of my equipment, all of my inverters, and all of my surge sensitive equipment, especially, and myself, and meltdowns from happening. I had just come from working on a food trailer where in the food trailer I had a 24-volt system that was marked down to 12 volts, and I was twisting some wires together, and it kind of went, it burnt my fingers really bad. And it taught me that I needed to find a way to make sure this didn't happen to my equipment. So I went out in search of understanding fuses and switches and breakers and the difference between them. So the T-class fuse has two very important attributes. The first attribute that I see from this little device, and once you bolt this in line, then this acts as a fuse. And when the current is flowing through this, there is an element that is contained within here. And when too much current flows through it, that element burns out and therefore breaks the connection and allows the devices to shut down. Now, there are two really big problems with this in a normal fuse. If you take a look at the A&L fuse that we have, like in this picture here, you'll see that it has, let me get you a little bit better picture of that. In this picture here, you'll see that it has an element running directly through it. Now, the problem is with a regular fuse, in the case of a regular fuse as opposed to the T-class fuse, is that when that element breaks, the T-class fuse is designed to handle up to 20,000 amps of power running through that fuse and extinguish it. So let's just say, for example, you have 2 or 3 or 4 48-volt batteries, and they can each provide 100 amps, and that would give you a 400 amp short ability. If you shorted that out at 400 amps, your normal fuse may pop, but it also may arc. And if it shorts out even stronger than that, if you had more batteries, then you would have some serious problems. With a T-class fuse, it is rated up to 20,000 amps in most cases, or at least the one that I have here is that's one of the biggest advantages to having a T-class fuse, is that it has the ability to extinguish this. Now, how does it do that? It does it through this container is actually full of sand, and it allows you to extinguish when that element burns out. That sand surrounds it and smothers it out up to 20,000 amps. Now, the other thing that makes the T-class fuse so special is that not only does it smother that up to 20,000 amps, it also has the ability to do it at the fastest rated speed of all the fuses. Now, let me explain how important this is. If you have surge sensitive equipment, such as rectifiers or variable speed engines or motors or things like that, a lot of them are very sensitive to pulling power at a certain, or inverter, let's say, are very sensitive to pulling power at a very specific rate. And when that surge happens, it can cause a lot of damage. So a T-class fuse is designed to do this faster than any other fuse. Meaning, if you were to do this and pass that amperage by shorting it out somehow, the T-class fuse is going to have the fastest and the safest extinguish rate of all the other fuses. This is why I feel that the T-class fuse is much more equipped to handle 48-volt batteries in a DIY system. Those two attributes are extremely important when it comes to stopping the flow of that power through, where is that thing? Stopping the flow of power coming through here. Not only that, but once it's done, squishing it out and extinguishing it completely out and making sure that it doesn't continue and making sure that your battery stays safe. Don't underestimate the power of the battery size. So let me start by saying I have a lot of battery space. It's over 30 kilowatt hours, but let me give you a little bit of background on it. So when I first got my RV and I was building out a system, I remember going to my wife and saying, look, I want to install solar. And her answer was, well, if I can't run my air conditioner, then we can just stay at parks. And I'm like, well, I don't want to just stay at parks. So the first thing I did is I focused on getting me an inverter, which I got the 6000 XP, and I got me 3 Life Power Life Power EG4 batteries. Now this was 300 amp hours and it worked. I could run the air conditioner overnight. Now keep in mind, I did some upgrades to the RV. I got rid of the default air conditioners. I installed some mini splits and stuff. And those videos are all attached. You can go out and look at those. So that was the first thing I did is I got that. We went on like that for a couple of months and everything was working fine. And what I realized is I could run everything on these 300 amp hours of battery power, but only when the weather was nice. We did a couple of trips up north. I even had some overcast days when the weather was nice and it didn't have a whole bunch of air conditioning, that it was okay then also. And so that I really didn't have too much of a problem there. The system needed to be bigger when the weather got worse. So after our first initial trip, we moved back down to Florida where we live. And we park the RV and we stay in it from time to time. At that point, we weren't living in it living on it in full time. We're living in it now full time as we sell our house, which is great because it makes for a lot of really good videos. But the idea is that I needed more battery power, but I was unwilling to spend the $4,000 to get this battery power. So what I did is I upgraded and built myself out a new DIY battery with a JK BMS. I inserted a T-fuse and my on-off switch. And as you can see from this, it's 16 cells. They're 304 amp hours apiece. This, in essence, overnight doubled my battery space. But more importantly, what it did is it got me up over that hump where every day I am just having enough power to do what I need to do. And if there's a little bit of bad weather, after 2 days of a little bit of bad weather, I would pull in some grid power to equalize it out. And that was going on. And what it basically did, it allowed me to boondock for a few days, run the generator for, a couple of hours. But in reality, I wanted more than that. I wanted to be able to just unplug completely and not worry about electricity. That's not easy unless you get over that hump of where you are. So this battery, the second battery, the DIY battery, bumped me up to 604 amp hours or 31 kilowatt hours of battery power. And this one's mounted in the front bay of my RV in the fifth wheel. And then right behind it, as you see that piece of plywood up there in the top left-hand corner, there is that wall where you can see the back of it on the EG4 batteries here. So you can see the wall here. So that the DIY battery and the inverter is mounted right behind that wall. That allows me to go off-grid for practically an endless amount of time. The only difference is when you're not out visiting a place and you're going out for long periods of time, you run the air conditioner more, you work in the RV, you watch TV every night, you use the air, all the big devices that you wouldn't be using when you're traveling and you're on vacation or when you're at a fair or a trade show and you're out working all day. When you're there in the RV from day to day, the usage is a little bit different. Thus is why I built the solar shed, because when I'm not traveling and I'm at home, I don't want to worry about power and I don't want to pay for electricity when I can get it all for free, thank goodness. So this is why I have the 4 batteries that I have, or as you might want to say, the 400 amp hours 600 amp hours or 604 technically amp hours of batteries that I have. I hope that answers the question, but if you have any other questions about the solar shed, the RV, or anything, feel free to leave a comment down below. My email's down there if you also want to write me, and I look forward to the next video. And thanks for watching. See how I want to say this. And you're not out in the world. Like me, when I first started, you probably want to know what the biggest problems you're going to run into going solar on your RV. And I can tell you, I've got 5 doozies for you. But the last one, that one's the one that's going to really catch you off guard. I wasn't expecting it at all. So let's get started. The first one is going to be the weight. When you're looking at weight, it is really important to consider some of the things that you're going to need to take care of. So for example, let's think about this. I have 604 amp hours of batteries in my RV. The 3 EG4 batteries that I have weigh about 100 pounds a piece, and the DIY battery, which is another 304 amp hours, weighs about 200 pounds. So together that's 500 pounds of batteries. Not to mention there's 10 solar panels on the roof. And even if you take it conservatively and say they're about 40 pounds a piece, that's another 400 pounds. So together, my solar system weighs about 1,000 pounds. Now that means that if I change nothing, and I just put the solar system in the RV, and I don't actually change anything in the RV around or move it around from the factory, then that means that I have a net loss of 1,000 pounds of weight. Now, there are a few things that you can do about it. One of those things is you can travel, you can take the air conditioning units off the roof, because you're going to have to deal with that, and we'll talk about that later. But if you take the air conditioners off those roofs, they're very inefficient, they're not going to do you any good, and you're going to have to switch to mini splits anyway, because mini splits and air conditioning is number 2 on the list. Those inefficient units that you have, that they come with, you're not going to be able to deal with them. So you take the air conditioners off, you solve the problem of air conditioning, and it is literally almost a 5-to-1 savings. Now, they run at about 3 times the wattage, but they also run less because they're inverters. Make sure you get the inverter heat pumps, because when you solve the air conditioning, you're also going to want to solve the heating issue. Heat, you can use the propane that comes with your RV, and it's a good solution. It does work, and it completely gets you away from using electric. But the idea for me for solar isn't just to have alternative solutions, it's to have renewable solutions that I don't have to go out and buy propane all the time, I don't have to go out and buy gas all the time for a generator, I don't have to pay for electricity when I get plugged in. I can go out and boondock, and I don't have to worry about it. So you can deal with it with the propane, but my suggestion is that you deal with the weight first by eliminating the air conditioners. The air conditioning and the heating element you deal with by throwing those out, patch the holes up, put panels up there, put more panels, and if you have more panels, you can deal with it. Now, the savings on the air conditioners is pretty significant. So you're looking at, and the heat pumps work fantastic as long as you get inverter versions. So that is the first 2 items on the list. So the third item on the list is your always on trickle. Now, the always on trickle is a really hard one to deal with, because what this is referring to, and let me kind of give you an idea of what I'm talking about, when your system is on, you're using power for simple things. If you have your laptop plugged in, if you have your TV plugged in, you have the coffee pot sitting there with just the time on it, the microwave is sitting there with a time on it, and all of this trickle power can really add up. In my case, the trickle power, or the always on power, or the idle power, or whatever you want to call it, just from devices pulling from your system, adds up to about 250 watts. It's very much, in my case, it's very much like a house. But it doesn't have to be that bad. A lot of people's is a lot better. But in my case, it is 250 watts. And 250 watts is 250 amp hours an hour. For every 4 hours, that's 1. There's 6 of those in a day. So that's 6 kilowatts a day in just trickle power. So that's something that really you're going to have to deal with. And you need to cut back on those devices, find ways to shut things down, turn off items, or make sure that what you have up there is a lot of solar panels. And in my case, I have 3,700 watts. So I dealt with it that way. I dealt with it with more solar panels. I dealt with it with more battery space, 31 kilowatts of battery space, and 3,700 watts of solar panels up there. And then, as you've seen in many of my other videos, my solar shed. So the solar shed's another 3,000 watts of panels, but those 3,000 watts of panels don't quite generate that because some of them are mounted vertical in order to allow me to keep it here. Now, all of that said, that covers the first 3 items on the list. Now we can talk about the 2 really big ones. The next one is hot water. Hot water is probably one of the hardest to deal with. And in my case, hot water runs between 1.5 and 3 kilowatt hours of power a day. It depends enormously on showers, how many of you there are, how much you use the hot water for rinsing things out, for doing dishes, things like that. If you're very conservative, you can bring that down. If you don't run it always on like I do, now that's always on. Keep in mind, I do not use any propane for it. My hot water heater is on 24/7. And so that kind of gives you an idea of how much power it is. Now you can use it where you just turn it on, you can turn the temperature down, you can use propane. There's a lot of options for hot water, and propane one is actually a really good one in this case, although it kind of defeats the purpose of having solar. But if you don't have the extra power, then you don't have the ability to do it. You can use propane, especially if you're going boondocking or something. It's a fantastic solution. For the permanent location type scenarios, I use the solar shed. The solar shed brings in between 5 and 7 kilowatt hours a day, and that power takes care of my idle consumption, most of it at least, and it also takes care of my hot water heater. During the winter, I usually have to turn those down or turn them off, or at least be selective about my hot water heater. What I'll do is I'll know if we're going to take a shower and do the dishes in the evening, I'll turn it on late in the afternoon, let it get hot, we'll do those things, and then I'll shut it off, and it'll remain off for the next 22 hours of the day. So that's the way you can do it. So basically you're dealing with those 4 big items. The weight, you got to worry about how you're going to take care of the weight situation. Then the next one you want to look at is the always on, or the air conditioner and the heating section, and then the always on trickle power and the hot water heater. And then the last one, which is the doozy, and I would have never suspected it, I have an all-in-one 6000 XP. And no matter how much power you have up there, the more power you pull in up there, the more power it uses to convert it to battery. And when it gets converted from battery, it gets converted back to AC, the more it uses there. So the trick to some of this is to use as much as possible during the day when you have it, and there's as little as cost as possible. There's never no cost. So for example, you take DC power, you convert it to AC, and you can run your air conditioner during the day. That costs less than taking that DC power, putting it into your battery where there's some loss, then taking it out of your battery where there's more loss, and converting it to AC where there's more loss, and then using it. So what you want to do is you want to use as much of it as possible during the day, but you still need to be able to use it during the night. So these are the 5 things, and that last one is really important, and I'm talking about an all-in-one. So please keep in mind, if you have separate units, you're going to have a cost for each one of them. The inverter cost to just run idle with nothing there. You're going to have the charge controller when it's charging. How much does it take to actually do the conversion and put it in there? You're going to have different devices that are different efficiency levels, and you're going to need to take all of those into account. That's my 5. I hope those help. Make sure you join us on Sunday for our new live, what are they calling it? Live stream. And also sign up for the email list below so that you always get the extra content that I might be posting for some items. Sometimes I have parts list, I have a checklist, I have images and diagrams and all that kind of stuff. Those will always go out in the email list from down below, but if you're not signed up, you don't get them. Anyway, thanks to all of my subscribers. This last month has been fantastic, and I will see you on the next video.
For me, I had to figure out a way to be able to run it off of grid, to run it off the inverter and batteries, to plug it in when I want it to, and have it switch, or only use this as a backup. And when I was in a location that I only had a little generator, I wanted to be able to use it to charge also. So that allowed me to connect it to my charge inverter, either through a big generator or through a little tiny generator. None of it mattered. I needed it to work in all situations, and that is what we're going to talk about in this video, how I connected the original RV grid plug to my inverter to allow all scenarios to work the way you want them to. So as you can see, this is the original plug that comes with the RV. It's a 50 amp 208 3-phase or 120 240 split phase pole from a standard pedestal like this one over here. It basically takes the standard plug-in, twist, lock, and that's kind of what this RV always used, which is why I went with the inverter that I went with, because it fit the RV. It's very important that you understand the plug that you have here. In RVs, you have these 50 amps that are 120. You have the 50 amps that are 240, 120 split phase like this one, or you have the 30 amp plug, and then you have the 110 or the 120 15 amp or 20 amp, whichever one they have. So you can see those in a typical pedestal. You can see those in a typical pedestal here, where you have the 20 amp breaker for the 20 amp plug, the 30 amp breaker for the 30 amp plug, and you can see that has the odd looking plug with the diagonals in it, but it does say 30 amps right there on it. And then this will be the 50 amp plug that runs to the L1 and L2 side of the breaker here, the L1 and L2 side. So that's the 20 amp going to the 20 amp breaker, the 30 amp going to the 30 amp breaker, and the 50 amp going to two poles, L1, L2, and the 50 amp. Now, the 50 amp one that I'm talking about uses this plug right here, and it, on the other end, plugs directly into the RV. It's very important that you understand the difference between the 20 amp plug, the 30 amp plug, and the 50 amp plug, and which one of these your RV is using, and what kind of breaker box is located inside the unit. That will allow you to pick the right equipment to get your solar system set up. In my case, though, we are talking about a split phase 240 volt with two legs, an L1 and an L2 at 120 volts apiece. So here you can see, this is where I took the battery vents. There were two vents with a screen cover that went over here that went down over top the original 12 volt batteries. I took those 12 volt batteries out and replaced them with the Victron Orion systems. I'll put a link to that up there. But basically, each one of these plugs has a different purpose. So this one is the other end of the plug for that, or not the other end. This is the plug that plugs in where the original RV plug. So I mounted two of them here. The first one, this one being this one, is a replacement for grid power. Now I did it up here so that we could manage the distance of the wire. And I'll get into that here in a few minutes of how long the wire was and what needed to be run for that wire exactly, because that was really the expensive piece of all of this. And it's very important that you understand it. So we'll get to that here in a few minutes. But I have two different plugs here. The bottom plug is another 50 amp, 120, 250 volt plug, and the top one is a 50 amp, 120, 250 volt plug with grounding, meaning it's a 4-wire, 4-prong plug, ground, neutral, and then two hots, red and black. And you'll see that on the diagram that is either here in the video or attached in the email list. If you're not part of the email list, you should go sign up for the email list, because this will be one of the items that I send out in the contents, is any of the PowerPoint presentation with all the pictures and diagrams of exactly how this is wired will be attached in that email list. So you're going to want to do that. But the bottom one here, this hooks up to the grid. It runs directly to the inverter and connects to the grid on the inverter in this compartment. As you can see, we're only a couple of feet away. The top one runs into the chargeverter, or it can also run into the generator. Now, the generator can be hooked up through this and charge it, or you can use the grid to charge it. Now, what I have done is I use the plug to use the chargeverter depending on where I am. If I just want to, if I only have
lower amounts of power, I'll use the charge inverter if I only have a 110 or something and I don't actually have a 250. As you know, the 600 XP is very particular about having clean 240 volt power with all four ground, neutral, positive, negative available. So the one way to solve that is to run your generator and your other power directly through a charge inverter, which I did, and it's right inside this compartment, but I use for when I only have a 110 plug, instead of plugging the charge inverter into an adapter right inside the building here, where it's a normal plug that connects directly to this one, the 30 amp here, I instead use this adapter, which is made based on EG4's suggestions of a 30 amp, or excuse me, a 20 amp plug. So this is a 20 amp cord, and as you can see, the plug is a little bit different. One of them is sideways, and when I only have 15 amps available, I use this adapter that adapts it down from 20 amp to a 15 amp plug, which is a standard wall plug, meaning I can just use a standard generator that generates, 1200 watts if I want, and plug it in and use the charge inverter to charge things. This plugs directly into the charge inverter this way, as opposed to the port that I have in there. And once this is plugged in, then you can plug it straight into an inverter. So I built two plugs here to serve both needs. The purpose behind doing it here is that the cable wiring required to reroute that one back there, it is a 42-foot trailer. And with 42 feet from that end to this end, I would need about 50 feet of cable to get it up through the bottom piece and mount it into here. And then I would need an additional, if I wanted to run two of them, I would need an additional 50 feet to put the second port in. So I opted for leaving that in place and not doing anything with it. I basically take this one here, the grid connection, and I run it straight to the inverter, grid in. That way, if I want grid power, it's as simple as plugging it in here, just as it would be there. And then that has the bypass switch included in the inverter. And there'll be a diagram for that also in the email packet, or hopefully I'll be able to show it here on the screen also. But that grid, this provides grid for bypass. For if I'm in a park, there is a misconception that if you're in a park, then it's an off-grid inverter, that it's going to require you to run it all the time, which is not true. You can set the 6000 XP to charge 24/7, and when you plug the grid in, it automatically goes into charging mode and goes into bypass mode. And when you unplug it, then it would go into running off a battery. So it isn't a necessity that you only have the grid hooked up and you have to do a bypass and all that. Let the inverter do the bypass and treat it like a real grid situation in an UPS mode, which means a backup power mode. And when the grid is out, like it is now, click, then the inverter goes into run off the batteries. And when you plug it in, then it would switch back to grid mode. I run off-grid 24/7. The only time I hook this up is when I'm testing something, when I'm playing with something, or when I know there's going to be excessive power uses, like around the holidays when my wife's going to be cooking a bunch of stuff, and I want to make sure that it goes into bypass mode instead of shutting down and having me reset it. Those are really the only few cases that I do that. Otherwise, if I'm in a park and I have really low power, I may run through a generator like this if I'm lazy and only brought the small generator, or I can plug in this to a normal generator and use this plug up here and plug it into like a 240. I've got a Predator 9500, which the 9500 is actually big enough to run off of either port. I can either run the whole system off of it in normal bypass mode and charge mode, or I can run it off of the generator port also, which is nice. And if I run it off the generator port, then it runs not to the generator in the inverter, which I could have done, but because the generator in the inverter doesn't really take
clean power. It only takes clean power of 3% harmonic distortion. I chose to intercept that with the charge verter, and the charge verter is a much better solution for that. That way, no matter what generator I'm using, I can use a cheap $600 7,000, 8,000 watt generator, plug it in, let it run full speed for a couple of hours, charge everything up, and then shut it off and not have to worry about it anymore. Now, here is where, in this particular park, a lot of the times the power can be located anywhere. This particular park, it just so happens the power is right there. And this is the port that was originally wired into the fuse box, directly to the fuse box, to supply grid power. Now, my inverter is located way down here, and it is a 42-foot RV, and if you take it all the way to the end, it is just inside this bay door. So what I didn't want to do is I didn't want to pay to have both cables ran underneath this RV in the under bay for 42 feet. That's over 100 feet of wire. And the fuse box that it's ran to currently is approximately right here on the far side of the RV. So as you can see, this is probably 15 feet over and then another 2 or 3 feet across to get to that fuse box. And because of that, I chose to run one cable from the inverter. And if I come in here to the inverter, let me see if I can show you this real quick. I think I got this panel already loosened, so I can just pop it off. One panel. So one of I showed you earlier the two ports over on the side. One runs to the input of the electrical coming in from the grid, and the other, and you can see that on the case here. Let me just show you that case real quick so you understand what I'm talking about. You can see here we have grid and there we have load. So I have 6-aught coming in from the grid all the way to the back of the RV. And I did use 6-aught instead of any other size. I'm very uncomfortable with the 50 amps of any consistency running that isn't on 6-aught. I know some people say that you can use 8-aught. And if it's fairly short distances, I would have no problem with that. Or if it was minor spikes, I'd have no problem. But I will not do it in an RV that I'm sleeping in overnight without it. So this has the 4 wires, the black, the red, the white, and the ground. And then this one is the load. The load runs back down the RV to the original spot where down where the fuse box is on the far side of the RV from this spot here. And it runs into that, and I'm going to go into great detail in there on exactly how that's wired and show you it also. All right, here we are at the fuse box. Now, let me show you, and you can see from the diagram where this fuse box comes in, but I wanted to show you firsthand exactly what we're looking at. So this is the 50 amp breaker position where they come in. The red and the black come in here, and then underneath this panel, and I'm going to pull the cover off and show it to you. But you can also see here, this is the WFCO, or whatever, however they pronounce it. This is the model WF8930/50. There'll be a parts list, and the parts list will have a link to it if you're interested in a replacement or getting one of your own. So I'm going to pull this cover off, and when you do this, you expose all of the wires behind it, and this panel is still hot, so I'm not going to touch anything inside or get near anything, but I do want to just show you what it looks like inside and explain where the wires come in and where they connect and what I replaced. So the original 220 watt from the back corner of the RV came in and connected where these two wires, this black and this red, this white, and then behind it is another bus bar with the ground wires. And so it came in and connected there. I disconnected them and left them underneath the bay, laying in place, and strapped them down so they wouldn't go anywhere. If I ever decide to just switch this back or get rid of the solar system, it'll be very easy to push the wires back up through the bottom and reconnect it here and be back on normal grid mode and not have to worry about it if I ever decide to do that. But this set of wires here runs from the inverter, and that was the output of the inverter that said load out there. And you'll remember when we hooked up the wires, the load, there was two sets of wires going into the inverter out there. One came from the grid, and one came from the inverter, went to the load, which is here, the breaker panel. The other plug that I had out there, just for clarification, the other plug that I had out there ran straight to the charge verter. It did not go to the grid because I couldn't guarantee that I would have clean power. So instead of dealing with it that way, I ran everything through the charge verter, knowing that that was going to be able to pull about 5,200 watts is what the charge verter is. And I'll include a link to that in the parts list also, just in case you're interested. But as you can see here, this is a standard double pole 240 split phase breaker. The difference is on this panel is it doesn't have the cross breakers above each other, allowing you to hook up a 220 plug or 220 normal outlet to it. Everything is split where for L2 goes to the left, L1 goes to the right, and therefore you're only allowed single pole connections to do it. That doesn't mean that with a different breaker box you couldn't have 220 volt appliances. But in this particular configuration, it doesn't allow for it. And it does allow for a nice tidy little box though where all the wires come in. You can also see here that I put in a couple of meters in here, and those meters, the Shelly meters, are basically for the refrigerator and the island, which has the coffee pots and stuff. So I was curious how much energy those use. On the other breakers where I did the air conditioners, and you can see here, it did have the air conditioner set off onto two different breakers. So there's one here for second AC, and there's one here for primary AC. I pulled those wires out of the roof, put the mini splits in, and if you're interested in the mini splits, there's a different video for that also. But the so this rewired these, and you can see here that the 1, 2, 3, 4th plug in, being this one here, looks just like all the others, but it does have a new wire down there. I don't know if you can see it. It is a bit of a marine grade wiring instead of your standard copper wiring. A lot of the RVs put the solid copper wire in, and based on the knowledge that I have of it, copper wire, if it wiggles a lot over a long period of time, has a tendency to break, and that's why it is said that you should be using stranded wires in an RV. So I always use stranded wire. Now, that said, a little disclaimer, I am not an electrician. This is what I did. Don't take my word for it. If you're uncomfortable doing what you're doing, hire an electrician, and do not do it yourself if you're not comfortable with everything that you're doing. I did this for mine, and it may not apply to you, or it may not be totally correct. And if that is the case, I would hate to hurt you or have some damage done to you. As you can see though, it is a 240 split. So in that case, the wires run, as the new diagram will show you, run from the new plug up front to the inverter, from the inverter to here, and thus eliminating all of that extra wire that I had to do, but giving me the ability to run in bypass mode when I want to, charge mode only when I want to, or to run everything off grid and only use the grid as a backup, which is, if I'm going to use it, that's how I use it, for that and for bypass. Or I can even use the charge verter, which I have hooked up to the 6000 XP, to detect when the batteries get low, to automatically click on a relay. And I'll have another video for that also, how the relay and the charge verter works, because that's a very interesting setup that a lot of us were working on when I built it. So I think that's it.
If you have any questions, if you have questions about the panels, about the wiring, about the things, make sure you check out the parts list. Make sure that you put the comments down below or join the Discord server or the email server to get into all the extra content. And I'll be glad to answer all those questions. Thanks a lot. Well, thanks for watching. You made it to the end of the video. Please make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe at this point because it's time to move on to another video. We'll see you on the next one.
This camera is put out by the Thermal Master Technology Company. As you can see, it comes in a nice little box. Okay, let's just skip all this for now. We'll come back to all the setup and the configuration and open unboxing later. Let's get on with the good stuff, and let's find out what this thing can do.
Here we are at the RV, and what we're going to do is we're going to take this out of the box, plug it right in, and start scanning. So as you can see, this thing is just tiny. It basically is just a little tiny device that plugs into the bottom of the phone. It should launch the app, which it did. And I'm just going to tell it to go to the camera. And hopefully it's remembered my preferences from before. And it did. It put it on the color schemes for us. It looks like there is a magnification down here at the bottom also. So what we're going to do is I'm going to try to see if I can change this real quick. It's pretty cool. Lots of settings to make this thing really useful. It's got a record functionality, and so I'm able to switch pretty easily to Fahrenheit. If that takes care of all of it, that would be kind of nice. I also do appreciate the fact that in the app does not require me to open up an account and fill out a whole bunch of garbage, which is really nice. Let's start by looking at some of the information here on the screen. You can see here this little device is running at 103 degrees, which is nice that it just pulls out the high zone, so I don't have to go find it with the arrow to point there. I move up to the shunt, and you can see here that the shunt is running nice and cold. The camera, this is one thing for a lot of you viewers to watch, is to remember, you're not using the standard camera lens that's up here. You're using the infrared camera lens that's down, like I am here. You could be pointing at exactly the wrong item. That is something that just kind of caught me off guard. You're so used to using your phone that way that you see the wrong item. So I'm going to point it at this negative bus bar here, and as you can see, you can clearly make out that is the bus bar here too. And you can see this is clearly the bus bar, and that it's not very hard to tell. A lot of infrared cameras, the quality of the image is so poor that you can't tell what you're looking at when the temperatures are not really contrasty. So I'm going to move up to the positive bus bar and expect to see a little bit more of a contrast in temperature. And I'm right. So you can see here that the bus bar itself is nice and cold, but this lead wire coming in right up in here is a much hotter. It's running at, according to this, it's running at 101. This side over here is running a lot higher. All right, here we are at the combiner box. And this should be very interesting because this is where we have those three lines coming in from the solar panels we just looked at. And they all come in and connect here. And so as you can see here, my finger's pointing at the first one and the second one and the third one. There is absolutely no temperature change here. Now, one of the things that I've noticed about this camera that's really nice is I do have some color schemes I can pick that are a little bit different, where the hot spots are red writing, and this basically shows me a picture with the hot spots red, which is really nice. You can also go to the iron hotlines, which shows, and I'm thinking this one's just a lot more sensitive, so it's very nice that this is lighting these items up. This is a much better view for this, where the temperature difference is much smaller than the other one. As you can see, all of these items here, this one line coming in right here is really the one that's lit this board up. Let's see if we can identify which one it is. It's the second line here off of this fuse, absolutely, which runs down and out and to the roof. So obviously the roof is the one that's lighting up the most. Let's see what the temperature is on that wire and make sure that we're in some tolerance here and not really having a problem. The color scheme on this one, it's, you know, that's 95 degrees. So that is fantastic that you can see from the quality of this camera, change the color schemes like that and get some real detail of, is there anything here that's overly hot? And even the hottest item on the screen here is only 100 degrees, and it is a good 90 degrees outside. So none of that is really a surprise, and it looks like we have a pretty successful review of this and nothing problematic here. So we will move on to the next.
All right, so now we're going to take a look at all the different panels here. The important thing here, as I back up, I'm going to try to take a look at what the actual panel's temperature themselves are. It's easy to locate hot spots like this. Like you can see here, we have a very clear hot spot on this panel. One of those cells looks like it is really burning out, and it is this one here. It's very easy for me to clearly identify it and to recognize that there's something going on with that panel and know that there might be a problem sometime in the future. This is very, very helpful if you were to have these panels up on a roof or something like that. I'm gonna move over to these ones on this side over here. And as you can see over here, these panels are much cooler and they're not near as hot as those. All right, so as we continue here, you can see these panels are basically much better temperature gauged and not really have a bunch of hot spots on them. The hottest spot is that 2x4 running across the bottom that's absorbing that heat and doesn't have a real good way of dissipating it. I am gonna shift and go to the ones up here on the top of the shed. And I've got a hot spot up there on that one too. See if I can locate where it is. And come back to this one over here. So as you can see, this is very useful in identifying if you're going to have some problems with wires or cables or anything. When I come down here to this MC4 connector, as you can see, that one's nice and cool. Interestingly enough, the second one in the background there looks a little hot though. We're going to pull that out and take a look at it. And as you can see, that probably needs to be looked at. That's running really hot for a MC4 connector. It should look more like this one here, which would imply there's something going on in there, or could imply there's something going on in there. I'm going to take it over to this one here. As you can see, that MC4 connector looks quite good. And if I take this and pan it around to these panels over here, I'm seeing some reflections and stuff, but nothing that shows any real problems there. And this is the primary one that would concern me, that running at 140 degrees, and that's something that I'll need to take a look at.
I know it's very difficult for you to hear me, but I wanted to show you the automotive way this thing works and give you an overview of our engine as it's warming up. So as you can see, as the block is starting to heat up here, where the actual heat is now, and you can see that is really starting to get nice and warm as the motor runs. Although you can also tell here from the coolant lines that it is not warm yet. As you can see here, the engine is definitely starting to get warm. That section is getting up into the 200 range, 195, 196, starting to get nice and warm.
see if I can get a view down there of some of the exhaust. Yeah, that's not quite got warm enough yet. And the fan over here, running that temperature there. And as you can see, as this thing starts to warm up, we'll start to get some coloration on the top. I am going to change the coloration a little bit again. See if we can get something in. Oh, that's much better. So as you can see, the ability to change the coloration scheme is super important on this thing. You can easily see contrast of all the different temperatures with this view, whereas the other one, I needed that really close range sensitivity. And here, I need a lot more flexibility and a lot bigger range. Here you can see the whole motor outline. I'm going to go through a few more of these. There's a jungle view. There's a Aurora view, which is very interesting, as you can see all the different pieces and parts on that one. There is the city view, and there is the low light view. I'm assuming that this one's best for night vision. This is the gold view, the lava view, and the medical view. Now, I kind of like the gold view. It seems to me that the hotter it is, the more red we have. It does make it kind of hard to see all the details you need to. And in the medical view, I'm assuming this is based on people's color. Stick my hand down here and see if I can get a, yeah, you can see my contrast to the temperature of my hand is not that good. So this is, as this motor is starting to heat up, you can see the top starting to change colors. I'm going to go back to some of these other views over here. Some of these camera views are extremely important. And if you were a mechanic, you might want to look at things like the battery here and actually determine if you have battery connection problems or what other issues you do have. But you can see it's very versatile, allows for multiple configurations, and it's extremely useful to be able to change these color schemes around and get different ones that allow you to see the details that you're looking for in each image. And I'm sure that as you went through this system, you would find uses for practically all of them, depending on what industry you were in. As you can see here, the black and white hot, where the black is hot and the white is cold. That is very cool. I still prefer the iron, I think, but I am very traditional in that way. Anyway, this was my diesel truck warming up. So quickly, we want to take a look at some other devices other than solar, just to kind of give you the versatility of this device. This is a mini split attached to the back of my RV. One of the many devices that the solar is running here. You can see the top is the hottest piece here. And the funny thing is I go over here to the side where the electrical connections are, and you can see the electrical wire that's coming in is the coolest one. The black wire running to the inside unit is the hottest one. It's kind of funny because it's the black insulation that's absorbing the heat, not the actual unit. Now there is some warmth underneath this panel here. This panel here is basically, oops, I'm in the camera's way here. This panel here is basically has the inlets and the outlet lines going to the unit inside of it. That's why it's having some heat dissipation going on. You can see the guardrail is absorbing a lot of heat. It's metal, it's exposed to. And then you can see the air conditioner itself running in there and pulling that heat off of those coils. Nothing of significance there. So everything's good here, so we will move on. All right, let's go through a few of the good items and the bad items. So the camera has a lot more good points than it does bad points. I'm gonna go through them kind of quickly here. I like the fact that it's very small. It fits on a keychain, can travel with very easily. You can put it in your pocket. It's got a nice, good protective case to hold onto it. I also really like the fact that it doesn't have a battery.
The more I thought about this one, the more important this really becomes, as that is a really good feature of this camera. I like the images where you're allowed to see the detail around the edges. It's very important to, when you look at something, not only to see that it's hot, but to be able to recognize exactly what it is. And when you get into the details on this one, or you have the ability to see the different color schemes, that's when you really get into being able to identify the items around it and being able to find a color scheme that works for you. I also like the fact that when I plug it in, it launches. I don't have to go find the app. I don't have to go set things up again. I don't have to do any of that other stuff. So I like the fact that it does that. And then it comes with an extension cord, and actually have it disconnected from the camera and have it a foot or two away where you can move it around. Some of the bad things, I did not like the fact that it was only available for Android. It didn't affect me because I had an Android and I was using it on an Android. So the default app color scheme, it stinks. The app should come in a typical configuration, and it didn't. I had to go in and play with the different color schemes to figure out what would work, what was traditional, what wasn't. It came with this black and white thing. You'll see in the imaging scan, in the documents, is too small. When you go to scan that, you have to be very, very careful to get exactly the right distance. It would have made it very easy to get to the installation. The quick start guide is got a lot of details in it, and the problem is the quick start guide isn't a quick start guide. If you look at a lot of the other quick start guides, it's like step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, you're done. Other than that, really those are all nitpick negatives. The positives on this thing way outweigh it. That small key size change, the lack of a battery, the good image details, the ability to change the color schemes, launching when you first plug it in, the ease of taking this on the road and doing inspections and doing solar panel inspections and system inspections for other people, for workers, for air conditioner crews, for auto mechanics and that kind of stuff. It just, those are so valuable that I would give this an A+ as
Very obvious which one it is from the picture it's on the front, and I've seen the picture all over the place. So I use them specifically for the solar industry, and so we're going to open this up today and kind of get in here and see what the contents are and see what we've got. I'll walk you through all of that, and then we're going to get out and we're going to actually use this puppy and see if we can take a look at our solar system and find some issues and problems. So first, we're going to open the box here, and it is, I got a little package over here with, looks like just a power cord. It's a USB-C to USB-C. And second, we have a couple of things in here. Looks like a manual. Oh, wow. Nice. Nice, big manual. This is actually very impressive, because usually you have to go online to see these things and to get any kind of documentation. So that's really good. Then the second item we have here is basically just the warranty user card and a little bit of a clip. Looks like a belt loop clip or something. Oh wow, this is kind of nice. It's like a little case, and holy cow, that thing is small. I mean, look at the size of that. It is just tiny. When they say it is the world's smallest, they actually mean it. I am going to pull a penny out of my pocket and set it next to it so you can get an idea how big it is. I mean, we're talking about a thermal camera that is the size of 2 cents laying next to each other. This is very tiny, and it comes in a nice hard case, felt-lined carrying case, and I'm going to assume that this is so that you can connect it to your keychain and just take it with you wherever you go. One of the things that I did read on the specs was that it does not have a battery in it, which is really nice, because that means instead of you having to worry about charging it up, you can put this on your keychain, you can carry it with you, and when you get to where you need to do the to do an inspection, a review, check out a system or whatnot, you can just pop this case open, plug it right into your phone, and at that point you can see this in comparison to a phone. At that point, you just plug it into your phone, and it would launch the app, which we're going to do here in a minute. and you don't have to worry about the battery being dead, which is really nice, because in other thermal cameras that I have, usually what I have to do is make sure that I get it charged up first if I'm going to go look at something or something like that. So contents are very simple: cable, manual, warranty card, device, carrying case with rack. That's basically all there really is to the unwrapping here. So I say let's get on with the real fun, and let's get it connected to a phone and get in and see if we can use it and get some good thermal images. All right, here we go. We are going to install the app. So we go into the Google Play Store and we click on the Temp Master app. I just did a search for Temp Master P2. We click on it and hit install, and it says it's pending and does its regular installation stuff. As you can see, it's got a 58 meg download, 75% done, and 79, 98, 100%. There we go. All right, so hopefully that'll finish installing here now that it's downloaded. All right, now it's switched over to installing. All right, now that it's installed, let's click the open button, and it's asking me to plug in the device. So I'm going to take the device and plug it in. And it says, Temp Master handle will open the camera. Always allow it to open the camera when it's opened. Click OK. There we go. All right, so you basically have in this option here to go through and pick the different hot is white, black is cold. So you can do it that way, or you can go in and pick the iron red, which is one of your normal ones, where you can see the hot devices that direction. As I point to the window here, the window shade, you can see there's definitely some heat there. That seems to be about as simple as it is. They've got a rainbow one here, which looks like it's blue and red and yellow, which is kind of your typical one. I'm going to leave it there. And then I'm going to shut the app down, close everything, disconnect. And what I'm interested in is if I was in the field and I came in and basically just plug this in, would it launch the app for me? And that is what I was hoping it would do. It launched the app as soon as I plugged it in. I can now just click the camera button, and there we have it. We are back in action and basically able to do it. So that's the installation. It's pretty simple. You can scan the code here on the page and do the installation, or you can go to the App Store and download the app, the Temp Master app, for the device that you need. And then once it's installed, it's simply take the item out of the case that comes with it and plug it in, and voila, you are all done. So let's get on to the fun part and go do some testing of things. In short, this is a great little device. The lack of a battery makes it wonderful for on the road, in the field use, and I think it'll serve me well for many years. Hope you enjoyed the video. Follow me along with the next video on hooking up your panels for the best peak performance. Learn how to hook them up in parallel or serial. Click now.
All right, today we got a little bit of a special video. I got a FLIR infrared camera from FLIR One Edge, infrared camera in, based on some online reviews and stuff. This seemed to be the best option. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my iPhone and I'm going to record the screen on it and place it here on the, right here over top of Snoopy, on the screen while I set it up. Only thing I have done is install the app. I didn't even launch the app. So you're going to see everything from the beginning to the end. And if I have problems, you're going to see those also. So here's what we're going to do is we're going to start, I'm going to start my phone app right now so that I can do the countdown, and that way I can synchronize things up and my voice will align with the video from my phone. And it is counting down, and it started recording. Okay, so here's what the directions say to do. they say to install the app, which I have done, and then it says to attach the app to the camera in the back of your phone, which I'm not sure exactly. Oh, I see. All right, so we'll do that. We'll attach that back here. I'm assuming this is what they mean. Wow, that's good and tight, though. I wouldn't have expected it to be that tight, but it is a good, I mean, a really good fit. That's really nice. And then you have to attach in the back of the mobile device, pulling out the arm and blah, 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 blah. Turn on the Floor 1 camera, hold the on-off button. Now, I did charge this before we started so that it wouldn't be dead on us when we got to this point, but I did not turn it on yet either. So I'm going to push and hold, and it said it will come on, and then it'll take about until the LED starts flashing, loading. The camera will boot up, and it will take a series of about 20 seconds for it to start. So you can see it actually scrolling through the loading cycle here, and that probably right there means that it is loaded. All right, so now with the phone app, as you can see, I've just got it on the basic screen here. I am going to go into the FLIR 1 and start the FLIR 1 app with the mobile device. App will guide you through setting it up. All right, so let's see what we got here. Yeah. I understand. I don't need a sell speech. I need an installation. All right, so this is the one that we have. It says the FLIR 1 Edge or the FLIR 1. This does say that I have the Edge, so I am going to pick that one. And this will allow Bluetooth and allow the device to find it on the local network. It says it'll take about 15 seconds, and it basically immediately connect it right away. See if I can get that to focus for you. And, oh, I guess you got a copy of the screen on the screen anyway. It says it's got a FLIR 1 Edge. I'm going to hit connect, and it's going to allow me to join it on the network, which is good. Looks like everything is going the way it should be going at this point. Now, my understanding of one of the biggest reasons I bought this one is because it wasn't only a Bluetooth connection, it actually connected through Wi-Fi, allowing me to have some high bandwidth. Wow, and we are up and running just like that. All right, so we got an update, as you can see, from the firmware is available. I'm going to go ahead and do the update. We're going to see how this process goes. And as you can see, it's downloading pretty quick. I am on a Starlink, so I've got pretty good bandwidth here, about 270, 300 megabytes down. Pretty consistent. And it says it's going to take a few minutes for it to do the update, so we will wait for it. But it looked like, with the upgrade on the screen and in the background of the upgrade, it looked like it was already up and running, and I could already see some infrared pieces there. And if that's the case, that would have been a truly incredibly easy installation. And the only thing that's taking longer here is the update is taking longer than the actual installation itself. The app downloaded just like a standard iPhone app. I clicked on it, said yes, authorize it, and it went boom, downloaded it, was there on my desktop. I didn't launch it or anything at that point. So I particularly like the idea that it doesn't ask me to sign in with all kinds of crap, things they don't really have any business having or knowing. Looking at the directions, and that is literally the end of the directions, as you can see here. It basically says to install that, and then it will connect. Turn on the FLIR 1's camera, and press and hold the on-off button until the LED turns off, or to turn off the camera. So it's basically guided me through, as step 5 says, and then step 6 is how to turn it off. So pretty done. Okay, there we go. Finished. It says it wants to restart my camera before we go forward, so I'm going to say okay. And here it is again saying the device was found. I'm going to say connect. Ask me if I want to join. I'm going to say join, which is the Wi-Fi connection. And it's going to say it's unable to join, which is hopefully not a problem. Now my guess is it just doesn't register that I've been disconnected yet, and that once it times out and comes back online, everything will be okay. Give it a little bit longer here. All right, connection lost, and then we are going to retry. And so it looks like after it did the upgrade, I'm not sure it actually restarted. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just close the app, and then I'm going to relaunch the app. And let's just see what it does here. It started up the first time pretty well. It says it found it. We'll connect. We'll say join. And voila, we are up and running. That was exactly it. All right, so we have a Wi-Fi connection. I'm going to point this at the window. And as you can see, I pointed up there at the lights. Those are LED lights. There's very little power in those. That's amazing. It's pointed at the roof of the RV. As you can see, I've got some hot spots up there. That's interesting. And the back window. And you can see I've got some spots there. So this gives me some things, some pretty easy installation. And I think it is time to say that the installation is successful. I'm going to point this right back at the camera. We will take this outside to the solar system and hook it all back up and start over again. And I'll show you all the wires and stuff within the solar system, and we can work on it and see what's going on with my system. I've never actually investigated it this way. The only thing I've done is the point guns, where you point the gun and pull the trigger and it gives you the temperature. I don't suspect we'll have any problems though. So here we go. We'll see you in just a second. All right, here we are again. I'm going to start the screen again. 3, 2, 1, and there we go. We should have both of them up and running. This is the bay on my RV. The first thing I want to do is I want to look at this battery. You can look over here at the BMS, and you can see that it's warm, but the cables running to and from the battery, you can see them there very clearly. They're nice and cool. I'm going to point down at this one here. This is the main battery coming off of it, and this is the T-fuse here. It's actually cool. The switch is cold, and I'm going to run up all the way, follow these wires up into this. I'm going to see what that is there that's hot over here in this corner. Let's see. Oh, it's a power supply. A little DC power supply that runs to one of the computers. All right, this is the charge controller from the Victron 15035. You can see it clearly. It's the warmest thing in the over here. I'm going to pull it down below and take a look at the wires leading into it. That's the most important thing. I trust that they'll take care of the inside. I just need to make sure that the outside's right. And here's where all the wires connect. If I can get around that wire there. There we go. None of them are showing any significant heat. The PV's coming in. I do have 40 degrees over there on the far side of it. But nothing, it's all on the Victron, the device itself. I'm going to reach my hand up there and see if I can feel how, oh yeah, you can definitely feel how warm that is. I mean, I'm 37, so if that puts it at, I'm not familiar with Celsius, and I haven't attempted to change this yet. I wonder if I can. Settings, units, and Fahrenheit. And we're going to go back. And there we go. Now we'll take a look at this in 105 degrees. Looks like that's about the max there. The wires themselves are all cold. The bus bars, can't even find the bus bar on here. It is so cold. There it is. It's 90 degrees. The hot bus bar down here at the bottom, the negative, is 90 also. I'm going to run over here to the shunt. And the shunt is also sitting at 90. I go down a little bit. You'll see I do have a hot device there running at 100 degrees. Believe it or not, that connects to the Raspberry Pi that's running the Venus system for the Smart Shunt. I have a secondary bus bar after here, and there is nothing in that one that is hot whatsoever. And I'm going to go up here a little bit. I've got this device here, which is just an amp meter. It is running at 96 degrees. It is a 12 volt, or the 48 volt leading to my 12 volt step downs on the other side. We'll get to those. I do have a fuse here. This was originally my hot spot. It was right about here. This heats up. This is where my Victron gets hot when my Victron sensor is connected. And the highest I've ever seen it is at 112 or 119. When I have a whole bunch of amperage running through it, I'll do that. I've got a fan up here that is running right now. My guess is it's because that right there, it's 90 degrees in here, which if I flip over here to the inverter, that is why it's over. When it gets over 92 degrees, this turns on. So that is why we were running over here. Makes sense. I'm going to pull back and take a look at the inverter from a little bit of a distance. This is a 6000 XP, as you can see. Really, the only thing that's warm in there is the actual heat coming in and out. This is the opposite side on the DC side after I've stepped down my 48 volts to 12 volts. It's another Victron energy device for the Orion TR48 1230 amps. You can see they run at about 100 degrees. And I've got a second one down here, and it looks like it runs a little cooler. And from what I originally saw, this one doesn't get quite the cool that that one gets. And there was no reason to run two of them at the time that I did it, except when I'm running the big devices for leveling and that kind of stuff. I just leave them both on because the idle consumption on those things is almost non-existent. This is my 12 volt wiring. It is interesting. I did see one wire in there that looks a little warm. I want to know what that is. That one right there, running at 90 degrees. It's a big wire. It goes somewhere. I'm going to have to figure out what that actually is. Not quite sure. Oh, I know what that is. That's the main line that runs to the RV for all the internal 12 volt DC stuff. Right now it's claiming it's pulling over 100 amps or 100 watts through that line, and that's probably why it's there. I'll probably have to crank that up and make sure I don't really have a problem there. But 90 degrees, if I just look over at the basic compartment here, this is a Shelly device that controls the fans, turning them on and off, which you can see I've got a couple of fans over here and the ones that I had over there. So this, we're going to point it at this Shelly device. You can see it is running in the close to 100 degrees, also 103, 105. They seem to run about the same temperature as the Victron, right at 100 degrees. I'm pretty sure that's just a European standard of some kind. That's the right temperature for it. I don't really have anything else over here that could be of any trouble whatsoever. I am going to see if I can move this cover off of this battery and look underneath at all these cells. As you can see, they're all running nice and cool down here. I do have one hot, so that's my hand. I don't have a single thing in here that's hot. This is fantastic news. I do want to do a test here in the next day or two where I'm going to come out here and crank this puppy up to where it is full injection of over 100 amps. I might even use it grid power to do it, or I might just turn everything in the sun on tonight after the sun goes down and see if I can get it to pull that much. But the good news is, it looks like, I'll take you guys, it looks like we are pretty much all good. I don't see anything in here that's causing any problems whatsoever. That's what I suspected. That's what the meter told me. But this is a fantastic little device. I didn't go with the Pro. The Pro version of it is an extra $200, so from $390 to $299 to $499. I had a hard time swallowing that. The resolution is a little bit higher, but as you can see, the resolution on this, I can still see what all the devices are. I can see exactly where the cables are, and I can see where the heat is, and if there's a problem, it's going to stand out, so it shouldn't be a problem to locate it, get in there and get it fixed. That's what's important. It's not that I'm able to see all the nitty-gritty detail, because I'm not using this professionally as a job for me. I'm using it more for a safety feature. So I am going to call it quits today. I appreciate everyone. If you're a subscriber, thank you. If you're not, smash that button right now.
And thanks for watching. We'll see you on the next video. And you guys have a good day. And thanks for all the suggestions that got this device to me. I appreciate it.
It's been well over a year since I walked into that field that day and found my RV with my puppies and my wife and the air conditioners and everything running. And as I'm walking up to the front doorstep, I'm so relieved. I'm thinking, oh, I'm home. I finally get to eat. I'm going to feel great. And boom, the power goes off. I practically dropped to my knees in panic. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I'm going to lose all the food in my food trucks. My dogs aren't going to be able to sleep here. My wife is going to be angry at me. And I had to find a solution. It caused me to go into panic mode where I started shaking and I started wondering, how can I solve this problem so that I don't have this fear ever again? I don't want to feel that panic of not knowing how I'm going to keep the power on ever again. Now, today, I can go anywhere I want, power free, and run everything. The solar charge controller that I use to run this shed is in the RV that's sitting behind me, and it allows me to hook up portable panels and control everything. Let me show you how I hooked it up. Let me show you how we can be sure that this never happens to you. Now, this is the solar shed. So in the solar shed is where you'll find my combiner box. I conveniently left open. Now, my combiner box here brings in all of the solar wires from each of the solar panel series that are on top of the roof. It brings them all in, and it allows me to combine all this power and from this shed and bring it around all the way around to the MC4 connectors at the bottom that run into this combiner box. Now, this combiner box doesn't do a whole lot except give me some fuses to make sure that I don't burn some stuff up. And then from there, it goes through a breaker and turns that power around, comes right back out, and goes out to the RV. So I'm going to walk you around here and show you. On the side of the shed, I use these membranes to allow the wires to exit the side of the shed. These are basically just screwed in. There's a hole in the inside, probably about 3/4 of an inch round right here.
I sealed these on all three, the top and the left and the right side, leaving the bottom unsealed. This allows moisture to drain, humidity to escape. These membranes that are on these wires here, you basically push the wires through and then you tighten these down and it squeezes a rubber O-ring around them and makes a good watertight connection. I used the same connector down here to connect the electrical power. I just ran a wall plug in there and then I could unplug this. So this allows me with these MC4 connectors here, when I travel, I can just disconnect this and I can fold the shed up, close the doors, drive away, and not worry about it. Now, I also use these panels, these parts here, they have the solar wire on them. So I can either put them in the RV and take them with me if I have intentions for portable power while I'm out, or if I don't need additional wires, I can leave them here. And if I leave them here, then I can just disconnect them over here in the first bay with these MC4 connectors. This allows me to just disconnect and leaves this set of wires here for me to use to run the next solar panels when I get out on the field. So I can put a couple panels like right here along the side of the RV and lean them up against the wall, plug them in, and have that power. These wires just run right straight up into the RV bay, and they run down, and they connect right here and go into this switch. This PV switch allows me to quickly turn off or extinguish the connection. Using a PV switch is really important as it allows you to extinguish the high DC amperage and voltage that could be running through these lines. You don't want to just use a normal switch. You can see here I have the main PV switch for the RV panels. That's 3,700 watts that runs through two strings of 5 panels on each one of these. In turn, these come out, go into this piece of plywood, disappear behind here where the inverter is. You can also see my Life Power 4 EG4 batteries are here, and they also run behind this wall. So let me walk you around to the inside where the inverter is. Now, this is the guts of the system and where the charge controller will be found. Now keep in mind, I have 2 charge controllers. The first one is in my 6000 XP. Now, in the 6000 XP, if I take this cover off, you can see I have those 2 lines that come in here. And that can power that 3,700 watts that's on the roof. But what we're interested in is the smart controller. The Victron smart controller, which is there. Let's see if I can get some light in here. Oh, that's good. And you can see there that it's kind of buried in the back. I did put the box here so we could go over it, but it's basically a Victron MPPT charge controller, 150 volts input and 35 amps output. Now, that said, you can see here that it operates at a pretty high efficiency, and you can see the connections to it down here where we have the PV wire coming in and the electrical going out. Now, that runs through this switch here and out to the bus bars. And those bus bars then in turn run back to the bus bar that connects to the battery past the fuse. And down here, it also goes on the negative side, it goes through the shunt into the bus bar. We've also got, in addition to the Life Power 4 batteries, we've got a DIY battery that's 304 amp hours here that it connects to. So this is what I'm attempting to charge or get additional charging power. The 3,700 watts that comes in from the typical solar that's on the roof is fantastic, don't get me wrong. And 9 times out of 10, it's more than enough to completely operate the entire thing. And I have gone places where I didn't have this extra power. But I can tell you, if you go to a nice, hot, humid place and you need a little extra power so you can run an air conditioner, now keep in mind, I don't fudge when I have my air conditioner. I run my air conditioner at night at 61 degrees nonstop, and during the day it stays cool for the dogs. So there is no fudging around, doing certain things or anything like that. So this Victron is a portable station that comes with me when I am doing the fairs and stuff like that. So this allows me to bring the charge controller with me. It's permanently mounted in the RV, as you can see, and it allows for very easily for me to just connect other panels in that area and replace the input that comes from this solar shed. Now, granted, this solar shed has 2,000 watts of power on it, but part of these panels are mounted sideways, so I'm never going to see that. The most I've ever seen come in from it is about 1,400 watts or 1.4 kilowatts of power at a time. But that said, it can provide up to 7 kilowatt hours a day, and I've seen it go a little bit higher than that. We're not even in full summer yet. That extra 7 kilowatt power is enough to make my ability to run this fifth wheel full time without ever worrying about running out of power, and not have to worry about where I'm going to get the power from. I can be in the middle of a field at a fair, or I can be in the backyard and have grid 5 feet away. Here, for example, I have grid 5 feet away, but I don't want to pay for electricity. I've got a pedestal right there. And the only thing I've got hooked up to it is a dryer. The only thing I've got hooked up is a dryer, and that's because I don't have an inverter big enough to power that dryer yet. But I'll get there, and you'll see it happen.
Hi, welcome back to the channel. We've got some good stuff for you today. We're going to learn to do a power audit like a pro. The important thing about a power audit like a pro is first we have to understand how power measurements work. So we're going to go through those, discuss them, make sure we understand them. Second, we're going to go in and do a where do you get these power measurements from. We're going to learn how to get them from your house, learn how to get them from your trailer, learn how to get them from a wall plug, learn how to get them from a 50 amp outlet. We're going to go through all of them one by one so that we understand where they all come from, and then we're going to do the bonus round, and in the bonus round we're going to go through and size a solar battery based on what we learned from step 1 and step 2 and use real examples to come up with what it is. This is what it's all about here. This is where you learn how big of a battery system you need to support the lifestyle you want to live with your solar system. All right, let's get started. We got a lot of work to do. I'm glad you could join me. Please like and subscribe to the channel if you find this content good. And for those that have already liked and subscribed, thank you so much. I appreciate every one of my subscribers, and we look forward to a lot more videos. We're getting started right now. All right, chapter 1. We're going to talk about how is power measured. This is a very important piece of the aspect here. I took some notes. I usually don't use notes when I do these. I usually do them right off the cuff with a very quick short list. This time I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. So we're going to walk through them one at a time. First, let's talk about watts. Now, a lot of people have this misconception about watts. Watts is the quantity of electricity immediately being used by a device. Let's say, for example, you have a refrigerator. All right? So your refrigerator is connected up to a power cord and plugged in, and it's using, let's say, 100 watts. Now,
The question is, what does that mean? What it means is that constantly as time goes by, it is using 100 watts all the time. Now, it isn't a measurement of time, it's a measurement of an instance within time. So, for example, right now, I'm using 100 watts. That may go up or down, and it does go up and down within every electrical device that you have. That's what makes measuring electricity very difficult, because the more you sample it, and what I mean by sampling is that if you have watts over the period of an hour, and every second or every nanosecond within that hour, you're using a different amount of wattage, then at the end, how much power did you use? So, to make the math easy today, we're going to simplify this problem of having 1,000 little splices of electricity throughout an hour, and we're going to say that during the entire hour, we used 100 watts. The refrigerator came on, it started with exactly 100 watts, and 1 hour later, it was still using exactly 100 watts. That is what we call watt hours. That is 100 watt hours, meaning that you used 100 watts for exactly 1 hour. Now, that allows you to understand how you can measure power over time. This is why you're seeing all the videos on the internet that say watts don't matter, because technically they don't matter. What matters is how much of those watts you use consistently over a period of time. So watt hours is what's important here. Now, you'll frequently hear this terminology in a much bigger number. So what happens when this runs here for, let's say, 10 hours? That would be 10 times 100, and you would have 1,000 watt hours. So this is 1 hour, and this is 10 hours. And with 10 hours, you're going to have 1 kilowatt hour, meaning 1,000 watt hours, as opposed to 1,000 watt hours. As you can see, they are exactly the same. This means that you used 100 watts for the duration of 1 hour. This means that you used 100 watts for the duration of 1 hour. Now, if you split this up into multiple pieces and you only used 100 here and 200 here and 50 here and 20 here, then obviously you can see the math can get very, very complicated. We're not going to take it to that level. We're going to simplify it, because most of the ways that we're going to measure this the ways we'll learn to measure this in phase 2 will tell you either in watt hours or kilowatt hours how much electricity was used, and all of these 1,000 little splices and cuts and things like that have all been built into the tools that we'll use to identify this power. This concept, if you do not understand this concept, you should stop the video right now, and you should rewind back to that section in the video, and you should watch it again to make sure that you understand this piece, because this is very important. This is how you measure power. Now, let's take this to the next phase, and I'm assuming at this point you've got this piece, because this next piece will get very complicated if you do not understand that. So the next term that you hear a lot of on the internet, or when you get into the solar, is people talk about amps. Amps are another form of measurement like watts, but they're basically associated to a battery. So let's talk about this. Let's say if you have a 12-volt battery and you were running 1 amp, that is equal to 1 watt for every volt in that battery. Therefore, you end up with 12 watts. And if this battery was to run for an hour, then you would burn 12 watt hours, and so on and so forth. You see how this works? Now, let's take this and do another example, because all of these measurement tools here in Chapter 1 are very important that you get them and that you understand them. I want to be very thorough with them. I don't want to waste your time, but I want to make sure you understand the concept. The second example I would give you is, let's take a 24-volt battery. Many people have 24-volt batteries, and you have 5 amps. You make that 5 where you can actually read it here. So you would see that represented at 24 volts at 5 amps. And what does that mean? That means that you've got 24 watts for each amp within that battery. And let's just do the math real quick. Should be 120, but let's make sure. 24 times 5 is 120. So this equals 120 watts of power being consumed. Now, what does it mean if you wanted to measure this over the period of an hour? We go back to the same thing that you did with watt hours, and you would say you have 5 amp hours. 5 amp hours with a 24-volt battery would equate to a measurement of 120. But it's more complicated than that, because the same mathematical formula, if you have a 24-volt battery and you run it at 10 amps, but you only run it for a half an hour, keeping in mind that since you're running it at 10 amps, you've got 240 watts. But instead of running it for 1 hour like you did here, you run it for 1/2 an hour here. That means that you've got that would mean that we take 240 watts and we multiply it for an hour, which would be the 10 amp hours, and then we would divide it by the 30 minutes, which would make it the same 5 amp hours. I hope that makes sense. I got a little bit fuzzy towards the end here on how this works, but I should probably give you one more example to make sure you understand it. Let's take a standard wall outlet. It's 120 volts. Now let me make sure this part is really clear. When we're talking watts, watts are watts are watts are watts. That means if it's a 12-volt battery, a 24-volt battery, 120-volt AC, DC, doesn't matter. A watt is a watt is a watt. And every device will use watts. Every device, those watts can be converted into watt hours. Those watt hours can be converted into amps, and so on and so forth. So we take 220 volts and we run at 1 amp equals 120 watts. Therefore, if you operate this for 1 hour, what do you end up with? You end up with 1 amp hour. 1 amp hour, remember, always equates back to the battery. And in this case, the battery voltage or the source voltage is 120. So you can take this formula and you can work it out multiple times, and you should come up with the same answer in each and every time. Now, this is the basic concept of how power is measured. It is really super important that you understand this concept before you move on to Chapter 2. If you don't, I suggest you go back and do it. Ask some questions in the forum. You post those questions down below. I'll make sure I get to you and respond to those very, very quickly so that you understand everything. I want to make sure this piece becomes very clear. And then we're going to move on to Chapter 2. All right. Congratulations for making it to this part. This part's the fun part. This is where we actually take some of the devices and we determine how you're going to be able to measure things. Measuring electricity at this point is very much a science, and so you'll need to understand the different types of things. Some of this is very easy. There are a lot of people who do these measurements in a manual calculation. And so you'll see here, I've got a bunch of different things that we can go over. We're going to go over a 120 volt plug, how you can do that. We're going to go over a 240 volt plug and how you can get to that. We're going to go over using the house meter. We're going to go over using your electric bill. And then we're going to talk about the worksheet first. The worksheet is a very simple way of doing it. There are a lot of resources online for this where you can go in and put it into the worksheet. And you're basically saying, look, I've got a refrigerator. With my fridge, it runs at 200 watts, and I've got a light that I'm going to use, and it runs at 20 watts for let's say 3 hours a day as I sit at night and I read. Then I have an AC unit that runs at 600 watts for 5 hours, and I set it on a timer so I can fall asleep and have a nice thing there. And then I have, let's say, you get the point. I could go through 100 different examples. So the fridge, so the fridge, obviously, we leave on 24 hours a day. Let's go through some of the simpler items first. Let's take the light. The light is pretty easy because you know that it's going to be burning at 20 watts. And if you remember from chapter 1, those fluctuations make it very complicated sometimes. But in the case of this light, it's very simple. We got 20 watts, and that means 20 watt hours times 3 hours is 60 watt hours for the light. So that one you could easily come along and say that you've got 60 watt hours that's going to be burned by your light each day. Now, when you get into the air conditioner and you get into a fridge, these are where things become much more complicated. If you had LEDs, or you have a blender that you're going to turn on for 5 minutes every day, or you have a coffee pot that you're going to brew coffee and you're going to turn it on, you're going to make your coffee and shut it off. You know, and that's actually a really good example. Let's do that one too. So let's say that you have a coffee pot. And with a coffee pot, say it's 1,500 watts, but it takes only 15 minutes to brew your pot of coffee and to get it out. So how would you go about calculating it for this particular item? It's pretty easy. You would take the 1,500 minutes. For me, I would take the 1,500 minutes and turn it into an hour, which basically means that for 1,500 watts, I'm going to have 1,500, I'm going to show my work over here, 1,500 watt hours, but there's 4 quarters in an hour, so I would divide that by 4, and I would come up with, couldn't have made the math easy and made it 400, 1,600. I had to use 1,500, didn't I? So we're going to say 1,500 divided by 4 for 15 minutes is 375 watt hours. So we know that the coffee is going to take us approximately 375 watt hours. And we also know that we do make coffee more than once a day, right? I mean, I know I do. So let's say that we make coffee 3 times a day. That means that this goes from 375, we multiplied it by 3 times a day, and we get 1,125 watt hours. So now we got 60 watt hours for a light bulb. We got 1,125 for our coffee pot, making coffee 3 times a day. 3 times a day. Now, let's get into the refrigerator and the air conditioner, because this is the complication by doing this. The complication with using this method is it's very difficult to understand when a refrigerator goes on and off. When you plug a refrigerator in, the compressor comes on and it cools the refrigerator down. So what's going to happen is if it says that it's rated for 200 watts, that means Let me see if I can clear out some space here. That means that at 200 watts, over the period of time, that refrigerator, as soon as it gets plugged in, it's going to jump from using 0 watts down here straight up to 200. And then it's going to run for a little while, and when it gets cold, it's going to drop back down to here and run and sit and wait until the thermostat kicks in and it has to run again. And then it's going to turn back on, and it's going to be here, and it's going to cool for a little while, probably not near as long as it did the first time because it doesn't have to cool it off. It only has to keep it cold now. So it'll run for a very short period of time and shut off. And then it'll sit and then turn back on, and then it'll come back off. The problem is understanding these ups and downs from a refrigerator is very difficult. So knowing that it's going to use 200 watts when it runs isn't as easy as saying it's a light bulb. You can multiply it out by 24 hours and you could do all that math, but this calculation would not be right. So saying that makes this method very difficult. Some people use base calculations to say it. I say that in a refrigerator and an AC unit, usually with a refrigerator, you can take this and I've just basically found out that a refrigerator, and these are my guesses based on what I've seen from them, this might be 1.2 kilowatt hours a day, meaning it's 1,200 kilowatt hours, meaning it's going to be very close to what your coffee pot uses for a refrigerator to run all day. That's possible. That's a basic math that I use in my food trailer for a refrigerator or a freezer. That is no use, locked up, sitting quietly, nothing being used. So please don't use that number for your calculations unless you really want to guess. Air conditioners really depend on the air conditioner. Is it a mini split? Is it a real air conditioner? Is it a window unit? Does it have cycling? Is it an inverter air conditioner? Is it not? This number can widely vary from anywhere from 1 kilowatt a day up to 10 kilowatts a day, depending on how warm it is, how cold it is outside, how hard it's working, how hard it's not working, how often you have the door open. All of these things are going to cause this cycle to increase when it becomes apparent you're running an air conditioner. This is why I hate the worksheet. It is fraught with mistakes and errors, and it's also asking the people that are least qualified. Today, you are going to be more qualified any day more than you are today to do this worksheet. Meaning, if I ask you to do it today, it's the most inaccurate solution I could ever ask you to do for a power audit. If I ask you next week, it will be better. If I ask you next year, it would be better because you will never know less about calculating these power calculations than you do today. So that is why I hate using the worksheet. That is why I say this is just one big giant no-no, and nobody can use this for an accurate calculation for an audit. Now, can you use it to determine how much additional electricity you're going to get from a light bulb being on for 3 hours? Can you use it for, if you use one of the other techniques in conjunction with this? Absolutely, yes, you can. So let's move on to them, and let's call this a waste of time unless you figure out what some of these other items are through using another technique. So let's talk first about the 120 volt plug. Now this would assume that you're looking at using a device similar to this. What this is this is called a kilowatt. This is a generic version of Spartan. Usually what these things do is they allow you to measure the electricity going through the device. So then you would plug in your surge protector or whatever here, and this would allow you to measure that data electronically, and it would report back a kilowatt answer to you or a watt hour answer to you, telling you how much electricity is actually going through this device. Now, there are limitations. First of all, most of these devices are limited to 13 amps or 15 amps, meaning somewhere between 1500 and 1800 watts. And that means that if you run this at 1800 watts and it's calibrated for it, and it's a cheap knockoff, there's a good chance it won't be working when you get done. So keep that in mind, that if you're going to plug in a small refrigerator and you wanted to turn it on for a day or 2 days or 3 days in order to come up with how much power is going through this device, then that is a fantastic way to get that answer. Now, air conditioners are a little bit different. In this case, the small air conditioner, 600 watts, may work just fine. As long as the air conditioner fits within the specs of the device you're using, then you shouldn't have a problem using it to get that calculation and doing it. Now, this is pretty straightforward. It's pretty easy. These devices are cheap. The generic one, like this one's like 10 bucks. The name brand is like 30 bucks. They're really, really super cheap, and they're not that big of a deal. And they work really well, and you'll see it all the time out on the internet, people using them to calculate things. And you can use it to do this calculation, you can use it to do that calculation, and you can use it for lights, you can use it for basically, especially if you're living in a van, or living in a small RV that's running off of a 15 amp plug or something like that, that just uses a small outlet from a house. This is a fantastic way for you to measure, not only to break down your worksheet, because your worksheet methods are not bad in general, because they allow you to know how much additional electricity you would need if you wanted to add a light, or you wanted to add an extra a coffee pot, or you wanted to add a fryer or something like an air fryer or something like that to the system that you have. What's going to be the impact? These things are fantastic so that you understand how to calculate them. So it's important you know how to do this, and I would suggest that you do practice it a little bit so you understand it. But this is a much more accurate way to get you a real figure of what those wall outlet plugs are going to do. Now, let's move on and talk a little bit about the bigger devices. So, for example, one of the items that I ran into was a 240 volt plug. This can be a 50 amp, what is it, a 1450 standard RV plug, a charger for your electric car. There's a lot of different things that use this plug. It's also quite frequently used for entertainment purposes, for running multiple lights and things for different devices. This, I will link you a device that I built up here somewhere, over here, over there. Oh, they're over here. I'll link you a device up here in the corner that takes you to a device that I built, that I did the video for right before this video, so that I could link it to you and show you how to build it. It is basically the equivalent of this device for the 110, but it's in a 220. Now, there's a parts list involved, there's a main building it and everything. It is a DIY device. If you're not really heavy into the DIY, you may want to look at some other solutions, and we do have a few of those, and I'll go through some of them also. But let's talk about this. This will give you, and I'm going to include a picture right here of what information you will see. And as from this picture, you can see there are 2 meter readings. And what it basically does is it takes the 240 and split phase and shows you 120 up here and 120 down here, and allows you to see how many kilowatts are being used, how many watt hours are being used, and when the watt hours go over 1,000, it switches to kilowatts. So you'll see that there. It shows you the actual voltage going in. It shows you, and because the voltage is used to derive how much wattage is actually there, because that depends on how many amps. You'll see the amps, the voltage, which will multiply out to equal the watts, and all the things that we talked about in the first chapter. You'll see that here in a display, and with the example I have on the screen, and you can use it to measure everything in a 240 instance. So far, we have done a standard 110, and we've done the 240. Now, I'm going to go into a couple of easier ways to do some of these things when you get into bigger things, and then I'm going to go back and revisit a couple of items at the very end that I left off of my list that I want to make sure I cover. Because there are alternative solutions to measuring these type of things in a house, but I want to go through the easy ones first. The first one is the meter in the house. The meter in the house, if you go outside the house, hanging on the wall, and I'll include a picture of that right here, you'll see this meter, and you'll see at the top, I'm going to try to draw a line here. Oh, there we go. So you'll see that one at the top is the first meter reading, and then the one at the bottom is the second meter reading. And what this basically does is you can see how many kilowatts you've used up to a particular time, and then you can go back at another time and see it again. So if you wanted to know how many kilowatts you used during the day, you could take, for example, the reading of 6,572, and it may be 16,572 or some other number, because that's going to be there since the meter was installed on your house. And then you subtract the next reading that you get from the house. It says 16,672, meaning that over that period, you used 100 kilowatt hours. So this allows you to use the meter that the electric company is using to bill you, which I assure you they are not wrong, in order to calculate the number, unless of course the meter is broken. They are going to calculate the number of kilowatts for you, and all you have to do is just run your normal days, and you can break them down by day by day. A lot of electric companies nowadays allow you to log into a website and see that breakdown by day, by month, and so on and so forth. That leads us to the fourth option here, which is your electric bill. Your electric bill also usually contains, for the month, you being billed for X number of kilowatt hours, and it may have two numbers on here, and Y number of peak kilowatt hours. Or it may be broken up like here in Florida, where we have kilowatt hours plus a surcharge kilowatt hours. So it's broken into two pieces and you have to add them together. Either way, the electric bill is a good source also to give you an idea of where all of the content or where all the power that you're using, how much of it is. The problem with the electric bill is it's all added up by the month. The house meter is a much better way of doing it, or even the website is a much better way of doing it. You still have the problem of you can't see individual devices. You can't see what this plug pulled. You can't see what this outlet pulled. You can't determine what that light bulb used or this or that. So you may want to use in conjunction your electric bill to get the total to know the whole thing, or you may want to use the plug that you've got your van plugged into, or the battery that you're using or whatnot to calculate that. So the last item here that I want to go over is going to be the Shelly device. Now, Shelly is only one of many different types of metering devices that you can install in a DIY situation. And since this is a DIY channel for solar power and electricity, I'm going to show you one of the items that I use to do that. I'm going to include a picture of the Shelly device right here, and then I'm going to include a couple of pictures of actual installations. I've got one of another video that I recently did that shows you the Shelly devices being installed in the breaker panel. I'll include that. But what this device does is it allows you to monitor the different usage of a particular outlet. I use it in my RV, I use it to monitor my hot water heater. I've got several breakers that run into my kitchen that runs my refrigerator. I've got other breakers that run into my kitchen that runs the island, I think it's called, and the island has my espresso machine and anything that I've got plugged in near the sink or the island in the middle of the RV. That allows me to do that. I've also got one that hooks up to both of my mini splits, the one in the bedroom and the one in the main unit. Those allow me to monitor the electricity usage there. So as you can see, oh, and then I think I even have another one in my bay where all my electrical stuff, my solar equipment is, to monitor how much usage I get from all the different equipment I use for monitoring and stuff. I'll include a couple of pictures here of the solar home assistant, where it shows you the monitoring usage and stuff there, so that you can see that just real quick, so that you understand what it looks like and how you could get that information. So this is a combination, and by no means is the all of the ways to measure this information. It is the way I've been doing it because I feel it's the most accurate. It allows me to go in and look at a plug here, a bigger plug here, a house meter here, an electric bill here. It allows me to go in and take the electric bill and to break that down and show me what the usage within one. It allows me to take my entire RV and then break the plugs down within the RV to know. Last week or yesterday, I used 21 kilowatt hours, and on the one that was in my espresso machine, I had 1.3 kilowatts. The air conditioner, my wife likes it cold at night, runs all night at 61 degrees. It allowed me to see that 2.9 kilowatts was used in the evening for that. It also allows me to know during the day when I'm working, I like it nice and cool. It allows me to see that 5.6 kilowatts was used during the day to run the air conditioner in the main cabin to keep me and my puppies cool. So this by no means is a complete and total answer to every option that's out there. There are all kinds of monitoring devices in addition to Shelly that allows you to hook up to your box inside your electrical outlet and monitor each of the circuits, and they all come down to the same thing. They're all going to give you that magic kilowatt hour answer that you're looking for. How many kilowatt hours did you use, or how many watt hours multiplied by 1,000 for kilowatts? How many watt hours did you use? Because watt hours is indeterminate of the source of the power. Keep in mind, amps, completely different. That's based on the battery. It's based on the source of the power. But kilowatts and watt hours are not based on it. This, together with Chapter 1, will allow us to go to Chapter 3, where we're going to take the real scenario of a real unit, and we're going to do the calculation of what size battery it is, and I'll see you there. All right, welcome back to Chapter 3. This is where we get into the fun part. We take a real example, and I'm going to try to use some live examples that I have that we can use as an example to work this out and to figure out some simple calculations you might want to know in order to build out a battery system and kind of estimate. And some of these things are preference. Some of these things are just preference, and I'll explain what that means. So let's start off with use case number 1. I'm going to take my RV and use it as use case number 1. My RV in day-to-day scenarios is using a 50 amp outlet, and I used the original device that you saw in the previous chapter and that I linked to for the 50 amp 1450 plug. I used it originally, and my RV was running between 50 and 60 kilowatt hours a day. Now, when I saw this, I was quite surprised. Now, keep in mind, this is a 42-foot RV, and fifth wheel RV, and it had 2 of those big giant air conditioning units on the top that make all that damn noise that you can't seem to get away from. I ran them like I normally would, just like I do today with my normal mini splits and stuff like that. And I realized that what was happening here is that the air conditioners were the hugest impact on it. Now, I audited this with the 240 volt tool and ran this for multiple days, took multiple pictures of the meter, would compare them from day to day, built charts, understood when I run the air conditioner this way, when I set it that way, this is what happens. So there was no question that this is what I was pulling from it, and this allowed me to do it while I was traveling in the RV. So I would pull into a spot, I would plug in the normal 50 amp to my meter, and then plug my RV into the meter, and then that would allow me to do it. Today, after I changed out the our air conditioners and all that stuff, I run between 18 and 21 kilowatt hours a day, as long as I stay away from things like using electric hot water heaters and stuff like that. Today I run everything through it. So I add the hot water heater in, which is about 4 kilowatts a day, 4 to 5 kilowatts a day. Let's call it 5, and say it's 26 kilowatts a day is a pretty good average of where I currently am. This was originally pulled using the Audit, the 240 Audit device. And what I did is I took this and said, okay, what size battery am I going to need to run this? Now, if I've got 2,600 kilowatts a day, I know I have 26,000, let's do that correctly, 26,000 watt hours, which is 26 kilowatts a day. So my thought is that there's going to be some solar coming in, and this is where it starts getting into real preferences. Most people like to say they would like to have 2 days or 3 days in reserve in case it rains or snows or bad weather or whatnot. I was more interested in saying I want to be able to run. I was going to be plugged in most of the time, and I was more interested in being able to say I want to make it through the night. And if I can make it through the night, then I can have the solar charge me up during the day and run everything during the day. So I needed to make sure that I could pull enough power to run me during the day. So we would have night here, and we would have day here. I wanted to run on solar here and charge here, and then run on batteries here. So I determined that if I could get through the solar panels, I was going to put on 10 370 watt panels, which is 3,700 watts of power, or 3.7 kilowatts of power. And that meant that I was going to be able to pull, on a good day, which is this, assuming this is the same day as this usage here, I would be able to pull approximately from these panels about 6 times this was 18, it was about 20 kilowatts a day, kilowatt hours. So that was kind of the rough estimate that I did, because I really didn't know how many panels I was going to be able to get on the RV. I ordered 12 of them and assumed I would be able to get about 10 of them up there. I originally got 8 and then had to go back and find room for the last 2. So this ended up being a little bit better than I expected. I ended up being able to pull closer to 24 kilowatt hours in a good day than my original 20. But my question was, if I could pull 20 in a day, then chances are I could recover from most days. I may come up a little bit short, but I needed to figure out what kind of battery. Then it came down to cost. That was what was the real problem here, is how much does it cost to have enough battery to do this? I ended up with 3 100 amp hour 48-volt batteries. Now, a 48-volt battery isn't really running at 48 volts. It's running at 51.2 or whatever that it is they do. And it ends up taking, if you take their nominal voltage, which is 51.2, it ends up being 5,120 watt-hour battery. So I had 5,120 watt-hour battery. So what I needed to be able to do is to hold off, if I use less power during the day, hold off a bit so I could actually have enough to recharge the batteries and do it on the absolute minimum that I could do. I wanted to be able to boondock, and if I was boondocking, then I wouldn't be using the full 26 power. Keep in mind, this was full-on air conditioners, the whole shebang, everything running constantly non-stop. So I determined that I could get by with approximately 10 to 15 kilowatts a day. And the way I did that is I said, look, if I trim this down, I can operate on 10 if I turn off I can operate on actually about 6 if I turn off the air conditioners. So that would allow me in an emergency situation to still have coffee, to still have everything else I needed. And if I turned off the water, I would be down, down at the 4 and 5 zone of kilowatt usage. So the idea here is that I took the 5 batteries that I had and put in 15 kilowatt hours based on I needed 26 to run a full day, but I would be able to use, during the day, I would be able to basically split this and put 10 of it back into the battery. If I generated 20, 10 of it would go back, giving me one more full day, 15 plus the 10. So this was a use case that was based on some elements of I wasn't looking for backup power to run me during a rainy day. I was looking for how am I going to make it through the night, and if I had to use power, electric power, then I would. So this was a good use case of how much power did I really need versus how much could I possibly use. Because 26 kilowatts is basically balls to the walls, turn everything on and run it like crazy. It was very easy to get this down to 18. It was pretty simple to get it to 12. It's pretty, if in an emergency, I could be at 4 or 5. So it wasn't a big deal. That is use case 1. And what I ended up with was 300 amp hours, which made sure that I had 15 kilowatts to get me all the way through the night and then get either most of it recharged the next day, or at least I would be around to run a generator if I needed to, or whatnot. If it was cooler weather and the air conditioners weren't running, then I knew I would be able to recover each day and do it. So I kind of built a balance in there to where in order to get everything, I probably needed 5 or 6 batteries. I got 3. I was started at 0, and my power usage would probably go like this, depending on where I was each day, and how cold it was, how hot it was, how cold it was, how much air conditioning, how much heat I would need, so on and so forth. If I had the hot water heater on, if the sun was shining, if it was raining, there were so many elements in there that I tried to balance it in the middle, saying I'm going to use a generator occasionally, and that's just a fact of life. Okay? That was use case 1. Now, let's look at use case 2. This is a much simpler use case. This is a coffee trailer that has 1 freezer and 1 refrige. Now, I can tell you that this freezer uses about 1.2 kilowatts hours a day, and the refrigerator was using 1.4 kilowatt hours a day. I knew that the surge on this, I was going to need to run a 2,000 watt inverter in order to do these. Neither one of them ran at much more than like 100. This one was, I think, 100 watts, and this one was only 73 or something like that. So they ran really low once they were operating, but at the same time they were um, had some bad surge, so I had to go with a bigger inverter to get this to go. But what it allowed me to do is to take these and use the device that I showed you earlier to run the refrigerators for a couple of days. Plugged them in, left it sitting in the plugged in, let the refrigerators just run and cycle. I would go in during the day and pretend that we used the place and then shut it off, just let them run all night, all day for a couple of weeks, and it came up with these fairly decent averages. So what I determined that I needed to do is that it needed to survive from the sundown the next day, and technically what I wanted to do is that I was at a fair, and at the fair would end and I would have power connected, but when the fair shuts down, most of the time you lose power. And I didn't like packing up my complete food truck, unsetting up everything. We're at a fair. We can leave everything there, but you lose power. So what I wanted to be able to do is just shut everything down, put everything in the freezers and the refrigerator, leave for the night, come back in the morning, and hopefully the power would be either back on already or it would come back on. So I really didn't need to operate for more than from about 8 p.m. to the next day at 11 or 12 o'clock at the latest. So this gave me a window here of I needed to run this thing for about 12 plus 4, 16 hours. Now, 16 hours of these two usage over a period of a day is basically 16 hours. 16 divided by 24 is about 66% of the usage in order to operate from one day to the next, assuming the power would come back on and I would have full sun to charge. I didn't have to worry about charging. I knew that was going to happen. If it didn't happen, the power would be on. I could actually use an electric charger for it that way. So here, the use case is completely different. I don't have to worry about anything because I'm going to have power in the next day, or I'm going to have full sun, and I'm going to be able to charge that way. So I really needed this window of 16 hours only. So the question became, if I have 1.2 or 1.4, I have 2.6 kilowatt hours, which is 2,600 watt hours. I have not rehearsed this, so I'm doing this math off the top of my head, and I'm coming up with the scenarios off the top of my head. So please forgive me if I make some mistakes and we have to go back and correct a few of those. So 2,600 watt hours relates to how many watt hours I need. What I wanted to determine is I knew that I didn't want to go with 12 volts because 12 volts with a 2,000 watt inverter, which coincidentally allowed me when I was driving up to some shows to flip on the espresso machine and run the espresso machine before I got there, which is why I went with such a big inverter, in addition to the surge to turn these on. But that's neither here nor there. That was part of the use case, though, is I wanted to be able to flip on that espresso machine, and when I'm driving to a show, let's say it's an event at a park, it's only one nighter, that allowed me to get there, my 30-minute drive there. When I got there, the espresso machine was already hot. It ran at about 1,400 watts, so it really allowed me to cheat a little bit, so I didn't have to wait for things to heat up when I got there. But here, I needed 16 hours or 66% of 2.8, which is this here. So if 2,600 watt hours, and I only need 66% of it, times 0.66, I need 1,716, whoops, 1,716 watt hours. Now, this told me that I needed to figure out how many 24-volt batteries, how much 24-volt battery I need. Now, we know that batteries are bought with amp hours. And we know that 24 volts tells you how many amps. So what I needed to know is how many amp hours is this. So we just take this and divide it by 24, because we're going to be using a 24-volt battery. And I went ahead, and I know that a lithium battery is not 24 volts, no more than a 48-volt battery is 48 volts. It's 51.2. But I did that anyway to leave some fudge room in there for inverter conversions and stuff like that. So basically, we're going to take the math here, and we're going to do the 1760 watt hours, and we are going to divide that by 24, and that is 71.5 amps hours that is needed to run these two refrigerators during that time. So what I did is I bought two 100 amp hour 12-volt batteries, put them in series to make a 24-volt 100 amp hour battery, allowing me to get to the 1760 watt hours that I needed at 24 volts, turned into a 71.5, and that left me some room if I was late, if the power didn't come on, if the batteries weren't completely charged, and so on and so forth, and so on and so forth. This case scenario worked perfectly, meaning after a while I took out one of the refrigerator and left only the freezer here. We just used ice out of the refrigerator because it was so much more efficient than having two devices. But as it turns out, the calculations here worked really well, because now my overnight it goes down to about 70%, and then I've got enough power there. If the power's not on yet, I can still turn on the espresso machine and juice that up to full strength while the power gets turned on at a fair or whatnot. So this is use case 2. I hope this has been useful for you. We went through all 3 phases on how power calculations are done, how you can measure that power, and then here we go through 2 use cases, an RV and a coffee trailer, with 2 totally different needs involved. I hope that this is great, and if it's been useful for you, please subscribe and please like. It helps tremendously to encourage me to make more of these videos. As you can imagine, this one is fairly involved, and I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I hope to see you on there. I hope to see you at the next video. For those of you that are already subscribers, thank you. I do appreciate it, and we will see you at the next video, and have a good day. Thanks to all of my subscribers. I really do appreciate you a lot. And for those that are still here, check out this video. Which way is it? This way. Check out this video. It is very much related to the same series. It's the next part or the last part, depending on if this has already been out and how long it's been out. Like and subscribe. Thanks a lot. Y'all have a good day.
Hi, and welcome back to the channel. Let me show you how to solve some problems like high voltage or low voltage or shading of some of your panels. We will go through all 4 types of the solar panel configurations to get the perfect one to solve your problems and to get your solar system running at peak performance. Don't forget, you can rewind at any time or click the chapter links in the description below.
All right, let's get started. We're going to start with explaining a single panel. Every solar panel has a voltage and a wattage and an amperage. You'll find this on the labels on the back of the panels. So if you take one of these panels and you flip it around, on the very back there's going to be a panel. If you're purchasing it online, then you can look up the spec sheet and you can find this information. It's very important that you use this information in order to determine how big the panels are so that you know exactly what you're calculating and make sure it'll fit in your charge controllers. So let's start with a single panel, and we'll walk through each of the steps and each of the configurations so that you get an idea of how to configure each one of them. So the first one would be with this type of a panel. If you ran this down to your charge controller, it would run down with just a wire straight off of the positive and a wire straight off of the negative. You are going to have a 12-volt system, and it's going to be providing 10 amps, and that is going to be 120 watts at max. Keep in mind, these are all max readings off of the solar panel specs. So, all right. So next, let's talk about parallel. And when we talk about parallel, we're talking about two of them running together. So what would happen here is that you would have both of your positives run down into the charge controller, and both of your negatives run down into the charge controller. Now, these will form together at the very end and connect, and they will in turn, when you run things in parallel, the voltage stays the same. This is like connecting two parallel batteries or having two streets. The voltage or the speed in whichever one's going stays the same. So in this case, you still have a 12-volt connection, but what has changed is now the amperage. You have 10 being provided from this one and 10 being provided from this one. So your amperage is where you're going to see the change here, and it is going to be 20 amps. And of course, because you have 12 volts times 20 amps, which is 10 times 20, you're going to have 240 watts. As you can see, it is exactly double of this one because you have two panels running down the same street, going at the same speed, 12 volts. Everything works out to be just fine, and you have 240 volts. Now, let's talk about the next case scenario, which is a series panel. And series, as the name implies, we're going to put these, instead of having these panels travel together down a parallel path, we are going to put these panels and connect them in series like this and have a single cable come down. And what this is going to generate is quite different than what you have with parallel. Within parallel, all the voltages stayed the same and the amperage doubled. In this case, what happens is the voltage is now added together, just like it would be if you take two batteries and you connect them in parallel. You take two 12-volt batteries, you end up with a 24-volt battery. You put two batteries in parallel, you end up with a 12-volt battery that's twice the size. Same thing's true here. So you end up with 24 volts, but it remains at 10 amps. And the reason it remains at 10 amps is because now the panels are in series as opposed to parallel. So 24 volts at 10 amps, which is 24 times 10, leads us back to 240 watts. So once you have that, these three techniques in mind, let's make a third scenario where we combine the two. Let's start off by connecting these two panels in series, and then let's connect these two series in parallel, and what you end up with here is, as you would guess, this, let's walk this through one at a time. This series here is going to produce the same as this, 24 volts, 10 amps, and 240 watts. This series is going to produce exactly the same thing, 24 volts, 10 amps, 240 watts. But then they're going to be paralleled. So what we're going to do is on the parallel side, the voltage stays the same. So we know the voltage is going to come down here to 24 volts. I'm going to put that in the middle. Going to come down here to 24 volts, and then we know that we have them in parallel, which means the amperage is also going to go to 20. So now you have 24 volts at 20 amps, which brings us to a grand total are 480 watts. And as you can see, this can easily be adapted to. Now let's talk about naming, because this is something that is very common, and it's important that you understand how these are named. If you have two panels in parallel, this can be depicted by writing it like this. You have 2P. If you have two panels in series, then this can be depicted as writing 2S. And then finally, when you combine them, you would combine them in the way that they're listed. In this case, first we are seriesing two sets. So we're going to say 2 in series, but there's also 2 in parallel. And this will tell them if I have 12-volt panels at 10 amps going 2 series 2P, exactly how you want them hooked up. And you can use combinations of this to come up with practically any setup for any charge controller on the market today. Now that we understand how to parallel panels, how to series panels, and how to put series panels in parallel, follow me along in the next two use cases where I show you how my RV is configured and where my coffee trailer is configured, and put this to practical use. All right, let's get started on the use cases. In the use cases, we need to start off with some information about the solar panels themselves. And in this case, I wanted to highlight the panels that we're going to be looking at today are based on this current information here. Now I'm going to go ahead and bring up a big screen of this in a picture or from the stat page so that you can see them there. In the stat page, you'll notice under electrical specifications, these are 370 watt panels where the open current voltage is 41.4. The open current voltage means that you take a meter and you put it to the panel, and that's the voltage that it should have when you have power coming out of that panel in good sunlight. And this is what you're going to want to use when you're doing the calculations for what kind of charge controller you need and what the maximum power output could be. The next two important columns that you'll see, and I put them up here on the board for reference, is the rated voltage and the rated current. The rated voltage multiplied by the rated current should give you just under the 370 watts, which is where they come up with the 370 watt panels. We will be using the open circuit voltage so that we make sure we have the right sizes for the charge controllers that we're building today and understand which charge controllers we need. And we are also going to be using the current from the rated current. Let's get back to the use cases now that we understand the type of panels, and what I've written up here is a couple of these panels. So when I built the RV, I had a couple of panels left over. And with these leftover panels, I knew I wanted to build out the coffee trailer, and I intentionally ordered a few extra. I was hoping I'd be able to get all 12 of them on here, and I had to find some extra panels for that. I couldn't. I could only fit 10. So what I did is I took these two extra panels and said, let's build a small system for the coffee trailer to run refrigerators overnight. The solar system that I devise here runs all of the refrigeration overnight, and then the next morning when the power comes back on, everything goes back to normal. The batteries charge off of these two solar panels, which are placed on the roof. So what I needed to know is what type of battery did I need and what type of charge controller did I need. I am going to run two refrigerators and have them both kick on at one time. So I started off by measuring the surge, and the surge in each one of them ended up being about 1,000 watts. That meant if I wanted to run both of them, I needed 2,000 watts of surge capacity. So I've got a 2,000 watt inverter with a 3,000 watt surge capacity. This allows me to ensure that both refrigeration units can kick on at the same time. That said, I made the decision to go with a 24 volt system. Now, in order to do 740 total watts divided by 24 volts, I need to build a charge at 30 amps. I chose a Victron 30 amp charger, 100/30, which gives you a 30 amp charger at 100 volts, which worked out really well because what I needed is to either A, run these in parallel like we talked before, or run these in series. Now, there's an important factor here that the higher the voltage, the less voltage loss you have. So what you want to do is you want to run these at the highest optimum voltage that you can get. What I chose to do is to run these two in series, and when I did that, what I end up with a system that is running on 82.8 volts and 10.72 amps. This was a perfect fit for the system that I was designing here and allowed me to easily get both panels up on the roof, have all the efficiencies of having them in series and bringing the voltage up. Use case 2 was a little bit more complicated. I had two, this runs on a 6000 XP. The 6000 XP has two inputs that can support up to 4,000 watts each. Now, the maximum voltage, and I'm going to bring the stat sheet up on the screen so that you can see that. And I'm going to, if I remember correctly, it is around 420 volts. Optimum operating is somewhere around 360 or 380, somewhere in that area. And minimum is 120. Originally, I hooked this up with all 10 panels in parallel or in series. What I learned is that on the RV, where I have the 10 panels, and you'll see a picture of that now, this had different shading from this. If I park in an RV park, a lot of the times the front of the unit would have shade when the back of the unit didn't, or the back of the unit would have shade when it didn't. This is a 42-foot RV, and therefore with that 42-foot RV, you run into issues of you're going to have shading in certain aspects. So what I chose to do is to divide this into two sections and to create two series of panels. Now, this series of panels was basically taking the 41.4 maximum volts and creating a 207 volt max, and then it was having a rated operating voltage of 34.5 and creating a 172 volt operating voltage, meaning it was over the 120, but it wasn't going to easily be brought down below the 120 when it tried to pull power from it. So then I created a second string, and I did exactly the same thing. This string, I put these in series, and it created the same stats as up here. It was basically 370 times 5. Each one had 1,850 watts. It had a maximum voltage of 207, an operating voltage of 172, which matched perfectly to this over here. And it allowed for it to fit right in between the minimum operating voltage of 120 and the high operating voltage of 220. And it was below the optimal, but it still was well within its operating range. Then I ran each one of these to the charge controller, an independent line within the charge controller. This allowed me a very important thing, which you'll see on the screen right now, for me to track the statistics differently with each of these two sets of panels. I could have paralleled these two strings together and put them into a single input if I had other inputs that were needed to go through the second line. But because I didn't, it allowed me to simply take these two strings, split them into two sets of series, and run them into two different inputs on the 6000 XP. But like I said, they could have been paralleled, and that would have allowed all of the 3,700 watts to come through a single input. So in the EG4 app, in my Solar Assistant, and in my Home Assistant, I feed this data all the way through, and it gave me the ability to see which areas were shaded, which ones were not shaded, and to make adjustments if needed depending on where I was parking and how I was parking. So that is the RV. That is the second use case that we have in the RV. It allows you to create 2 series of panels of 5 each, running at 207 volts, operating at 172 volts, and outputting 1,850 watts apiece for a total of 3,700 watts with both inputs active. Then we have the coffee trailer, and the coffee trailer is running a 2,000 watt inverter. It has 2 panels on the top, charging a 24 volt system at a maximum of 30 amps with a Victron 100/30 charge controller. Both of these use cases are very real life ideas. This could be a small van, this could be a house, and both of them are very useful and should provide you with the basics of understanding how to serial or parallel or in conjunction use the parallel serial variations that we went over. I hope this helps, and I hope you've learned something, and I hope to see you on the next video. Have a good day.
Hey, thanks for watching. And now we have a video about which battery you should use, a 12 volt, a 24 volt, or a 48 volt. Click this link right up here on the screen. It'll take you to that video so you can decide which one is the best fit for your system.
Hi, welcome back to the channel. Tonight, we're going to look at the difference between the MPPT, which is the maximum power point tracking, and PWM, pulse width modulation. I'm going to explain to you what the differences between them are, why it matters to you, which ones will work best for you, and this could save you a ton of solar energy if you get the right one. All right, let's get right to it. Let's look at what they actually are. So they are exactly as their names describe. The maximum power point tracking, which is the MPPT, is exactly that. It is tracking of the power when you have your power coming in from your solar panels as the sun goes up and down. It is tracking the maximum point that it can pull at any given time during this day, and it's pulling out the maximum amount of energy, taking that, converting it down, and sending it into your batteries. Whereas PWM, this pulse, the pulse width modulation, is doing exactly the opposite. It's taking this power as it comes in, and it's basically trimming it down to whatever voltage it needs to pass it into your battery, cutting out that upper thing. There are benefits to both. There are downsides to both. So we're going to break into those ups and downs and see if we can figure out some of this. There's a lot of confusion between the two of these in that they are the same or that they both work. There's even companies out there selling PWM on Amazon that I have seen where the name of the company is very similar to these 4 letters. This is simply just not acceptable, but it's causing so much confusion in the market simply because people don't understand the difference. So let me explain the difference to you, and then you'll be able to identify them and get the right one for your case scenario. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to start with MPPT. The MPPT is the maximum power point tracking. So let's assume that you have a 42 volt solar panel and you have a 12 volt battery. Solar panel. Now, that means that when you have a 42 volt, I'm going to put some voltage up here. When you have a 42 volt panel like this, you're basically going to see the power fluctuate across this grid as the day goes by. And what you will see is as this power moves from one to another, like this, as the sun goes down, the sun comes back up, gets really bright, stays there for a while and then comes back down, you're going to see that what the MPPT is going to do is at any given time in this cycle, for example, if it takes a snapshot here, it's going to pull this voltage at 41 volts, and it's going to take the number of amps, and let's say that there's 10 amps coming in. 10 amps at 41 or 40.1 volts, so if it's 40.1 volts, would convert that into 10 amps would be 401 watts. Now, this 401 watts would then be converted down to 12 volts, and 12 volts at that same, sorry, I stepped away and get a calculator for this one. So 12 volts at that same 401 watts is what it's going to do, is it's going to convert it down from this 40.1 volts, and it's going to convert it down to 12 volts. And when it does such, that would basically convert into 401 divided by 12 volts, and you would get 33.4 amps at 12 volts. So this becomes it does a conversion from 40.1 volts at 401, at 10 amps, whoops, put that in the right thing, to 12 volts at 33.4. It's the same amount of wattage. It's just the controller is smart enough to sense where that maximum point of power is, and it tracks it as this goes up and down. So as the sun goes up and it gets into 42 volts here, so now you're at 42 volts, and let's say that you're running at the same 10 amps, now you're getting 420 watts, and the 420 watts at 12 volts, 420 at 12 volts would get converted to 35 amps, and that would go out to your batteries at 12 volts. So it is just a very smart piece of software that tracks this maximum power that it can extract. Now, it's a bit more complicated than this. And what I mean by that is that in order for it to know where this maximum is, you'll notice on a solar panel, there's two voltages. There's the open circuit voltage. So let's just say open circuit, and it may say something like 47. And then there's the operating voltage, and it may say something like we do here, where we said it was going to be 42 volts. Now what that means is that somewhere between here and here, when the MPPT goes to pull that voltage from it, it's going to pull down as much as it can to get the maximum amount of wattage that it can. Now, it may be able to get different wattages at different points. So, for example, it may be very easy for it to pull down here at 38 volts and get, let's say, 210 watts. And here at 39 volts, it may get 310 watts. And here at 39.8 or 39.8, it may get 400 watts. But what would happen is when it picks that perfect amount, and in this case it's 401, this is where it's going to actually pull that from, and it has to be smart enough to adjust for that each and every time. So as you can see, the software in an MPPT is much more complicated than just going in, grabbing the solar, converting it to the battery, and sending it on. It's got to be smart enough to find the right point that it is, and you can actually see this on a Victron charge controller, where it pings between the least amount of voltage that it can send to the battery and the highest amount of voltage that it can send to the battery, and determines where it's going to actually make that point for this particular instance, and it'll adjust that accordingly as it goes along as it needs to. So this software has to be smart enough to, one, go in and find the right voltage to get the maximum amount of wattage, and then two, it has to be able to convert that wattage, to downstep that wattage into the correct voltage for the battery's charging, depending on what kind of battery you have. And if that is like a a lithium iron phosphate battery, then of course you're going to want that at a different rate than you would in a lead acid. So you'll need to adjust that. But it'll adjust that to the correct, exactly the correct amount to be able to push the maximum amount it can into that battery at that point, or to supply the maximum it can to the devices that are using it and reading from it. That is how MPPT works. Now, okay, so we take PWM, pulse width modulation, and explain how this works. And technically, it is exactly as it says. It is, and we'll start off very slow here, because what's going to basically say is, let's say that we have a battery that is sitting at 12 volts, and you have solar panels that are sitting at 14 volts. Now, those solar panels are obviously going to have different voltages, whether that be 12 volts, 13 volts, or 14 volts, or anywhere in between. And they're going to, just like before, the sun is going to come up, and the sun is going to go down, and you're going to have a variance in this voltage as the sun moves. Now, as the sun moves, what the pulse width modulation does is it cuts this off at every point in this bracket to 12 volts for the 12 volt battery. And it will basically cut off the top. Now you ask, how does it cut off the top? And I'm going to explain it to you. The PWM, pulse width modulation, means exactly that. So if you broke this power down into hundreds of milliseconds, and you had second 1 here and second 2 here, this power runs across like this, creating that voltage at, let's say, 13 volts. And what you want to do is you want to get it down to 12 volts. So your goal voltage here is this 12 volt line. So what it does is that in little micro pulses, it cuts the voltage off like this. And so your electricity in your power in here actually dips to 0 and then comes back up, and then dips to 0 and comes back up, and dips to 0 and comes back up. Just like this. Now, keeping in mind, this is 1 second, and this is doing it thousands, if not millions of times in a second in order to regulate that voltage and thus bring you down to 12 volts, or what would be perceived as 12 volts by the device. Now, as you can see, the big difference here is, and this is where you will hear that this is not as efficient as the MPPT. It's also not as expensive. They're easier to make, and they operate really well when you have solar panels that are very, very close to the voltage of what you want to charge, because a PWM charger is very inexpensive. But you're going to have to be very close, because what's going to happen is it's just going to trim this power off. So let's say you have power coming in at 13. Let's do it with a different color here. You have power coming in at 13 volts, and you want to trim it to 12, and you have 10 amps at 13 volts. That means that you have 130 watts of power coming in. But because you're going to do this modulation of the power and bring it down to 12, that means that you're going to trim off this and make this 10 amps at 12 volts, and you're only going to end up with 120 watts. So there will be a loss of 10 watts here in this modulation of this power as it does it. Now, if your panels are actually putting out, so let's say 10 amps at 18 volts, and you're getting 180 watts, if you were to put that into an MPPT, you would get 180 watts. But because you're running on a PWM, you've got 10 amps at 12 volts, and you're going to get 120 watts. Keeping in mind that this 120 and this 120 are the same. In other words, you need to be at this voltage or above, but anything above is wasted. So putting your panels in series and in upping the voltage is not going to do you the benefits that it would with an MPPT. With an MPPT, you'd put them in series, you bring that voltage up, you make the losses less, and then you bring that voltage down and you convert it as opposed to trim it. That's the basic difference between the two. The PWM is going to trim that voltage off, thus you have the power loss of what they're producing. The MPPT is going to take that voltage and convert it, but it is much more complicated and expensive to do that. And it allows you, the electronics and the software involved in doing so is a lot more complicated, and that's why the devices cost so much more. Talk about use cases of the MPPT versus the PWM. The MPPT is on any large system where you need to parallel panels to get it up, to get the power up in order to transfer it. It would be very unpractical in a PWM system if you were running, let's say, 12-volt system or a 24-volt system to go out and find a whole bunch of panels that exactly fit that voltage to where you could parallel them. So let's talk about it. Down here, you might have a 12-volt system where you're just running a couple of little lights. You're in a van. You've got a couple of 100-watt panels on the roof. They both run at 12 volts. You would run them in parallel, and that would get you two at 100 watts. That would get you, your 200 watts, or just barely right at 200 watts if it had to trim it down a little bit. This is a very good use case for PWM. In the case of a large system where you're going to run a house, where you may have 31 panels at, let's say, 400 watts. And when you have 31 panels at 400 watts, you've got, wow, that is what, 12,400 watts of power. What you're not going to want to do is you're not going to want to parallel these out, because the amperage from this, even if each of these panels was running at 10 amps, would be 300. Wow, it would be a lot. It would be 310 amps of power coming in if you had these paralleled like you would over here. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to run these in series, most likely series of 10 or 15 at a time. Even 10 at a time, you would get 3 strings of 10. You would have much reduced thing that would run at about 4,000 watts apiece. 4,000 watts apiece would be very, very easy for you to manage on 3 different strings coming in, and that would allow you, the MPPT, to adjust that down to the correct battery voltage or run it directly into an inverter and send it back to the grid. So these are basically the 2 use cases. Somewhere in this line, this gray line here, is where you need to figure out where your system falls. Do you need to switch from the very inexpensive PWM to the more expensive MPPT? Here is my advice. Always go with the MPPT if you can. There is only one really good use case that I know of for a PWM. This is a very small system where you're running a 12-volt system. You have panels that are matched very well, and you're very, very cost restricted, and you need a very super cheap charger. That would be the only real use case that I can see this. This technology is pretty much seen its day, and everything is going to MPPT, especially with the cost of products going down. You can get a very good MPP, Victron, nice, great charge controller now for $60 or $70 that will do pretty much anything that these will do. And that is the conclusion here, is that the key difference is the bigger systems, the better management, the better software, usually the Bluetooth devices that connect to them that manage them better, the direct conversion of the power, the more efficient, but the slightly more expensive, versus the very simplistic, very difficult in larger systems to configure correctly, very restrictive on how you set up the panels, and very limited in what they're capable of doing for the PWM. Not that this can't be done. It was done for years before the MPPT came out. It just was much more complicated and more difficult to do. That said, I hope this has been helpful to you. I want to encourage you to like and subscribe to the channel, and like this video, subscribe to the channel. And if you're interested in this type of stuff, I would encourage you to take a look at this video right here. It's got some great stuff on building a basic solar system, and it's very, very easy. It's only 5 minutes. All right, you're ready to set up a solar system. What's next? I'm going to tell you the 4 items that you need to think about, what they are, and make them simple. By the end of this video, in the next 5 minutes, you're going to know what you need to set up a solar system. Here we go. Let's make it very, very easy. The first thing you know you're going to need, most of you already know, you need some kind of battery. A battery is going to allow you to store the solar power that you get. The second item you're going to need is you're going to need a charge. I'm going to put battery here. You're going to need a charge controller. A charge controller does nothing but take the power from your solar panels and put them into your battery safely. It takes the power from your solar panels, which we're going to list over here, which is the third item. So your solar panels, they connect to the charge controller, which in turn takes the power and sends it to the battery. It's as simple as that. The connections for this, I'm going to put the connections in orange. So the charge controller is connected to the battery, and the charge controller is connected to this. It causes the power that is generated to come out of the batteries and to go into, or excuse me, come out of the solar panels and go through the charge controller, adapt it to whatever battery you have, and place that energy in the battery. Believe it or not, that is the very beginning of your solar system. You need one more item in order to make sure that you can get the power out of this. That is what we call an inverter. An inverter inverts the power from the battery and makes it AC power. So as you can see, this, when you hear these terminology, you will understand that this is your DC system, meaning all of the power in this part of your system runs on DC power. The panels generate DC power. They transfer it to the charge controller in DC power. The charge controller converts it into a battery power that can be done, and then it's stored there, waiting for you to extract it and use it on the next section of your system, and the last one that you need. Now, keep in mind, there are thousands of devices to make this much more complicated. Nice features you can add, things like that. But you do not need that to operate a basic solar system in your van, in your RV, in your trailer, in your house. You can run anything on a small solar system all the way up to a full-fledged warehouse and stuff. And all of them are going to have these 4 basic parts. The last one that we talked about is the inverter. The inverter does nothing but take the, I'm going to use a different color, take the power from the battery and generate you and give you 120 volts AC. This is the same as a house outlet. So basically, the system is complete at this point. You have all the pieces that you need to take solar power, bring it into a charge controller, put that in the battery, take the electricity out of the battery, and move it into the inverter. The inverter puts it out as an AC outlet that you can use to run and power any device that you want. It is as simple as that. The more you take, the more you have to put in. The battery goes up, the battery goes down, and that's it. So at this point, you have everything you need to configure and set up a solar system complete from end to end. And I hope this video helps. Give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and get more videos like this that can help you determine which pieces, what type of battery, what size of battery, and the other elements that you may need to make your solar system run your life and make your life a little easier for you. Thanks for coming. Like and subscribe. We'll see you in the next video.
Hi, welcome back to the channel. Have you ever wondered how volts, amps, and watts work? Are they confusing to you? Does it not make sense sometimes when people tell you you got the wrong size wire, you've got the wrong system, you got this or that? So this is going to be a short little video that explains how I look at volts, amps, and watts to kind of give you an idea of a way to understand what I'm thinking when I talk about things. Okay, so let's start off with a very, very simple concept. And that concept in my mind, and keep in mind, I'm not an electrician. Not everything here will be exactly perfect. This is how I conceptualize electricity. So please, if you are an electrician or you have some experience that I don't and you want to post it below, I encourage it. Would love to hear from you. I look at voltage and I think of electricity as our road system, as the infrastructure that we have for driving, and everything that is in electricity is also in our road system because we're trying to control the same thing. We're trying to control a very similar in nature type thing. So let me explain that. So the first thing to remember is voltage is like a speed limit. When you're going slower at 12 miles an hour or a 12-volt system, you are very cautious, you go very slow, you can't get to a lot of places, and you can't get a lot of people to a lot of places. As you speed up, you get to where your car is going a little faster, you're going down the road, you're going quicker. You go to 24 miles an hour and you're driving down the road and you still have time to react to things. But as you speed up even more, you get into 200 miles an hour or 240 miles an hour. You're zipping down the road. You get next to the edges and you just kind of skid off of them and keep on cruising down the road as fast as you can. So the good news about the speed limit is that the faster you go, the less the environment effects are on you. At least that's the way it feels also with electricity. So if you're cruising down that road and there's a little picket fence sticking out and you rub against that at 12 miles an hour, it may slow you down a little bit. But you cruise by that fence at 240 miles an hour and it may hit the corner of your car and just fly off and you not even know that it's there. So this is how I'm looking at the voltage. So think of it as the speed limits for the road system that we have. Now, let's take that to the next step. And as you've gone through these 12, 24, 48, 120, 240, this applies to both AC and DC. Now, there is some significant difference in the solar industry of what you were thinking about for 12, 24, 48 volt type batteries and what you would need for AC power to run the different equipment that you have. So I'll go over that in other videos, but in this video you can think of them interchangeably. So the next piece of this puzzle is amps or lanes. Now if you go back to our previous exercise where we talked about the speed limit, now if you start adding lanes into this, you can deliver multiple cars down the same road going the same speed limit at the same time. And this will allow you to deliver more amps. So this is the way I'm thinking of everything. One, you have a road, and then two, well, road, which is speed limit is considered your voltage, and then two, you have amps, which is how many in parallel cars can travel down that road. Then we bring it all together here. We use those lanes with those speed limits to deliver cars. And those cars are what is considered watts. And what is a watt is simply how many cars come out the other end. So let's take the example of we have a 5-volt system. You have a little USB port you plugged in, and it's running at 1 amp. 1 amp would mean that you can deliver 5 watts or 5 cars down that road per hour. That's all it's going to allow you to do. So then if that road was the same 1 lane but going 12 miles an hour with 12 volts and you had 1 amp, then you would be able to get 12 cars to travel down that road in an hour and make it to the other end. Same thing's true for all the different voltages. 120 cars at 1 amp is 120 volts, and that is watts, and that is exactly wrong right there. That should be 120. That would be for 240. Then let's look at what happens when you start multiplying the lanes or increasing the size of the cable, which is what the roads are. So as you start to increase the size of the cable, the amperage starts to increase. So if we have a 2-lane road or a 2 amp wire, then at 5 volts, we can now deliver 10 cars down this road. And at 12 volts, we can now deliver 24 cars down this road. And as you can see, this can multiply. Taking this to the next thing, which would be a standard household outlet or a 12-aught, 14-aught cable, that would allow you for 15 amps. Now, 15 amps at 5 volts would allow for a 75 watts to go down this road. So at this road going 5 miles an hour, you would be able to travel 5 parallel cars at a time and deliver 75 cars to the end. The same thing works for all the different voltages within the electrical system. So if you have a 120 volt wall outlet, which is a standard 15 amp wall outlet, and you were traveling down this road, you would be able to deliver 1,800 watts or 1,800 cars down this road each hour. And this is my understanding of how electricity works, and with this concept, it should make it a lot easier for you to do the same. Thanks for coming to the channel. Please like and subscribe. We'll see you on the next one.